Thank you so much. That was such a nice introduction. I really appreciated. Felt very heard about the relationship with Moray. I really felt that way too. Thank you. And thank you all for coming tonight. I'm really excited to talk with you about my book, Civil War in the United States. I'm going to talk for about 30 or 40 minutes, and then look forward to a discussion. So first, a little more about Marx and Engels and Herbert Moray and me. Marx and Engels never wrote a book on the Civil War. They saw the overthrow of slavery in the United States as a major event in the transatlantic revolution, and wrote a lot about it, but their writings were never in a book form or even in a big article form. There was a lot of correspondence, mostly between Marx and Engels, but also between Marx and Engels and exiles living in the United States. A lot of newspaper articles written by Marx, some for the New York Tribune. Marx wrote a lot for the newspaper, the New York Tribune, but they didn't want to hear what he had to say about the Civil War because he was in Britain and they were in the United States. But a lot for a Viennese newspaper called Die Presse. And it was made into a book first by editors and published by International Publishers, which is the press of the Communist Party of the United States. It was first published in 1937, and then I did a new edition in 2016. And let me talk a little bit about the 1937 edition. So it was done. It was published first by Herbert Moray, who's a professor at Brooklyn College, but he published it under the pseudonym, as Jordan said, of Richard N. Malle. And I showed how he derived it up there. It's Engels plus Marx plus Lenin makes N. Malle. So that was, he was trying to, I think he was trying to he didn't want to publish under his own name, but he wasn't going to just deny his identity so much that he wasn't going to do something cool like that. But it still didn't work, and he and a bunch of other Brooklyn College professors were fired for being communists in 1941 in a New York State Red Scare. And there's the New York Times headline, witnesses say teachers plan to depict Franklin Lincoln as forerunners of Reds. And that's indeed one of the points of the original edition of the book. This was the period of the Popular Front strategy of the international communism. It was a time when the Communist International, the Comintern, concluded that fascism was such a threat that it was time to put aside differences not only with others on the left, but also with some bourgeois liberals, or at least with bourgeois liberalism generally, in order to concentrate in a fight against fascism. And the political and cultural side of this was telling communists to support, at least for the time being, bourgeois states, bourgeois nations. And one of the ways this played itself out in the United States was the slogan, "Communism is 20th century Americanism." And I put up a pamphlet there, 20th century Americanism. And one aspect of this was portraying the Civil War as a progressive bourgeois revolution in which slavery was pre-capitalist, in which Lincoln appeared as a progressive hero. And you can see, this is not related to the volume directly, but there's a communist rally from 1938 there's small pictures you probably can't see of Stalin and Lenin on the stage, but then a very big picture of Abraham Lincoln in the middle. And then even more famously was, of course, the body of soldiers that the Communist Party of the United States organized to fight against fascism in the Spanish Civil War was called the Lincoln Brigade, and you can see a poster for it, the Abraham Lincoln Battalion. And this is a really important moment, and I think that what Moray was doing in re-narrating history was re-narrating history for the Popular Front moment. And it's important to remember also that he was going against an academic consensus that saw the Civil War as an unfortunate conflict, didn't see black freedom as necessarily desirable, and was frankly an openly racist. So this was a big shift in Civil War. It would have been a big shift in Civil War scholarship had it not been suppressed. It came out 2 years after Du Bois's Black Reconstruction, and I'm going to talk a little bit about its relation to Black Reconstruction later this evening. When I did the edition, one of the things I concluded is, and this is part of this kind of maybe an ethics or a practice of thinking about reading other people's readings, how we engage with fellow leftist scholars. I don't think that this Popular Front interpretation as a strategy against fascism that's a separate question, or maybe it's not a separate question, but it's not one but I'm just thinking just in terms of understanding Marx's views of the Civil War and what the Civil War was, that is, as a bourgeois revolution, and understanding the Civil War as a bourgeois revolution and understanding Marx's understanding of the Civil War as a bourgeois revolution, I don't think is right. I think we get a better understanding of the Civil War if we look at it more like Du Bois looked at it, which is as a working class revolution. And I think that's actually, Marx had the beginning of that interpretation too. And so I wanted to, in a sense, restore what I think of as a more correct interpretation of Marx and of the Civil War, and make in some ways implicitly a point about potential communist strategy. This is also through international publishers. I should say this is not representing a line of the Communist Party of the United States. It just represents my own personal view of the situation. What I did, like Moray's version, is this is very much written for a particular moment, and the particular moment being the present. I did, and there's I excluded some documents that Moray included that I thought were repetitive. I included other documents. I used updated translations, and I translated a few documents myself that had only been in German before. And again, to recover Marx's interpretation of the Civil War as a working class revolution against capitalist planters, like Du Bois in Black Reconstruction. Now, one of the things I think I discovered in presenting these, and I think that this edition shows, I think where Moray's edition showed presented a kind of complete interpretation, what I wanted to preserve was the real-time nature of what was happening. Marx and Engels were watching the Civil War unfold. The Civil War itself was developing from a fairly conservative war to preserve the Union from the side of the Union to a revolutionary war to overthrow slavery, or a revolution to overthrow slavery. So the war was changing. Marx and Engels were learning about the war and about their own ideas. And so I wanted to preserve this notion of a developing Marxism in dialogue with the developing revolution against slavery in the United States. I also want to recover, therefore, a Marxism that is, maybe what I would say is recover a communism of which Marx's various views are part, but to see it as a broader dialogue and as a developing dialogue, of which Marx is an extremely important participant, but not the center necessarily. There is no center necessarily. So let me talk a little bit about the international, let's get to the Civil War itself, the International Revolution and the Civil War. Marx and Engels knew and cared about the Civil War in the United States because they were part of an international revolutionary community that participated in it. Marx and Engels were living in Britain for most of their life as part of a big exile community of communists who'd taken part in revolutions across Europe in 1848 to 1849. The revolutions themselves were very diverse and had they had bourgeois participants, communist participants, all kinds of participants. But communists played a key role, especially in the western part of Germany. And when the revolution failed, they all went into exile because they were not going to get pardons from the state for their role because they were the most radical. And so they had to go into exile. And many of them stayed in London. They wanted to stay in London, but many could not afford to stay in London, and they had to go to the United States. They didn't go to the United States because they thought, this is the land of liberty, we want to see liberty, although it's often presented that way. But they said, the United States has cheap rent, European police don't arrest us there, and we can work there. And that was it. They were not impressed by the United States as a beacon of democracy. Because of slavery, because of racism, and because of anti-alcohol laws. Two were the three things they cited a lot. So it's important to remember, first of all, that they go to the United States not with communist answers to the problem, which I think, but much more important, with communist questions. And I think that's a lesson for communists in any struggle, is to raise communist questions, and obviously not to come in with they don't come with some dogma about anything, but just they come in with communist questions. As you'd expect, they get involved in U.S. politics, and the big issue in U.S. politics in the 1850s was the question of slavery. They're anti-slavery, like a lot of people, but they're anti-slavery in a different way from most white anti-slavery groups. They believed in overthrowing slavery no matter what the Constitution said, no matter what the laws said. The Constitution was pretty clear as in supporting slavery. That was how the Supreme Court interpreted it. The laws of the United States were pretty clear in supporting slavery, not just local state laws, but the laws of the United States as a whole, even in states where slavery was not allowed. And whereas the Republican Party, for example, and the ancestor parties to that party were very concerned about how can we end slavery without breaking the law, communists were not concerned about breaking the law. In fact, probably they thought breaking the law was, an added bonus rather than something that would hold them back. They believed in working closely with enslaved people and with black anti-slavery activists, exactly as they would work with any working class group. Self-emancipation is, of course, key to the struggle against slavery, and it's also, I think, if you had to say, like, what's like the absolute reduction of communism, what does it have to be? And self-emancipation, I think, would be the key term. And so they were also unlike white radical abolitionists who had a more paternalistic attitude towards enslaved people and African Americans more broadly. And we see already in the 1850s multiracial radical scenes developing in places like Hoboken, New Jersey, just across the river, St. Louis, Missouri, and Cincinnati, and many other places as well. When the Civil War broke out, many of these communist exiles went into the Union Army. A lot of them had military experience from the 1848 revolutions. As Jordan mentioned, 1 in 4 Union soldiers had been born overseas. 1 in 10 had been born in Germany. And communists were just a small percentage of that large group, but they played a key role in radicalizing the war and in changing the war. There were very important communist generals, 2 of them that I talk about, portrayed up there, August Willich and Franz Sigel, but there were many others. There were many others also. And as I said, they were very important in pushing Lincoln and the Union Army to the left, but even more, and they're the most important interface between what Du Bois calls the general strike and the Union Army. The Union Army had a variety of relations to enslaved people rebelling against slavery, and the German one was not the only most radical version, but the most radical version, which, and the gesture there is not saying anything or doing anything, but handing one of your guns to an enslaved person and fighting alongside them when it was illegal. This is not about inducting people into the army at all, but we actually, even from the beginning, fighting in arms against slavery. Interestingly, and this is something I didn't know when I edited this book, but I've been working on it since, most of these communists were to the left of Karl Marx in the Communist League. If anybody here is an aficionado of the debates in the 1850s, there's something that gets called the Willich Schopper faction, and Willich is that person on the left. And it's not really it's the majority position in the Communist League, which basically, I'm oversimplifying somewhat, but it's basically capitalism's terrible. As soon as we have the possibility of overthrowing it by force of arms, let's do it. And Marx, in this period, had a more gradualist view that we had to wait until capitalism fully develops, and only then fight for socialism. These would have been called ultra-leftists in the terminology of contemporary Marxism, and the Civil War brought Marx and Engels more in line with these ultra-leftists, in part by showing Marx and Engels a revolution that worked, transforming their ideas about revolution and about politics. Through analyzing the war, they not only give us Marx and Engels not only give us a really important analysis of a really important event, but they also discover a model of revolution that changes their own political understandings of revolution. It's a revolution that occurs inside of a war. It's a revolution that occurs inside of a bourgeois republic. And where else would a proletarian revolution occur, I guess? They see it as they take it as an inspiration for renewing their political efforts. If their politics in the 1850s were just saying mean things to other communists and just being, it was a terrible, demoralizing exile. By the end of the Civil War, they were both actively engaged in new kinds of politics. One is the founding of the First International in 1864, which at the end of the Civil War, that makes Marx and the other members of the First International make repeated reference to the Civil War as this great, inspiring event. in the first annual celebration of the First International, the big flag at the center, you'd think it would be like a red flag, but they have the US flag at the big, it's probably the only communist meeting where there was a big US flag display, but they said, hey, they just made a revolution, they just overthrew this oppressive form of private property. And so that was an inspiration. Also, Capital Volume 1, Marx had been working on it for a very long time, and he finally published it. The Civil War kind of gave him the final push to publish it. The first edition came out in 1867 and makes repeated references to the Civil War as its condition of appearance. Just one from the preface that I want to read. As in the 18th century, the American War of Independence sounded the alarm bell for the European middle class, so in the 19th century, the American Civil War sounded it for the European working class. And there are other references too, even in the preface to the Civil War. So what did Marx think about slavery, capitalism, and revolution? Marx and Engels. Marx, contrary to a lot of academic Marxists today, did not see slavery as a pre-capitalist or feudal mode of production. Of course, Marx and Engels knew that there'd been slavery in many societies, including non-capitalist societies, and they didn't think it was capitalist they didn't think ancient Roman slavery was capitalist slavery, but they said this enslavement of African people in the Americas was part of capitalism, was a central part of capitalism. Like many in the labor movement, for Marx and Engels, slavery provided an analogy for understanding wage labor. They often compared the domination of the rich people over wage earners to the domination of slaveholders over enslaved people. And this could have a lot of resonances in the labor movement. It could, at one end, lead to minimizing the horrors of slavery, or even apologizing for slavery. But at the other end, at the left end, both in the United States and for Marx and Engels, it could lead to great solidarity, to wage earners admiring and learning from the uprisings and the politics of enslaved people. And Marx made it clear that when he talks about the enslavement of people of African descent, that it's unique and central to capitalism, that it's not just an analogy, it's not just an analogy for wage work, it's not just an input to real capitalism, but it is a real part of capitalism. And we see this already in 1847 in a book called The Poverty of Philosophy. And he says, slavery is an economic category like any other. Needless to say, we are dealing only with direct slavery, with Negro slavery in Suriname and Brazil, in the southern states of North America. Direct slavery is just as much the pivot of bourgeois industry as machinery, credits, etc. And I think that's important to remember, just because I think these kind of debates about whether slavery was pre-capitalist or capitalist, I think I don't think they're that important, but they become kind of this Marxological feature that I think is not central to a communist analysis of capitalism. Even before the Civil War, Marx recognized that unfree workers in the periphery, especially enslaved people, were a kind of vanguard. It's not just that they're part of capitalism or exploited by capitalism, but that their struggles are a vanguard in the struggle against capitalism. This is from a letter Marx wrote to Engels in January of 1860, which sounds like it's easy just to say, on the eve of the Civil War, but Lincoln hadn't even been nominated for president yet, much less elected. There was no Civil War yet. So this is really not on the eve, this is just 1860. And Marx says, in my view, the most momentous thing happening in the world today is the slave movement. On the one hand, in America, started by the death of John Brown, and in Russia on the other. He's talking about the movement against serfdom in Russia, and so comparing two forms of unfree agricultural labor as the most momentous things happening in the world today. Sometimes, I think in some ways, his focus, we'll talk more about the focus on John Brown later, on the focus on white revolutionaries later, which is something that Marx often did. But then he says, it concludes in that letter, I've just seen in the Tribune that there's been another slave revolt in Missouri, which was put down, needless to say, but the signal has now been given. He's not just talking about white fighters against slavery like John Brown, but he's talking about uprisings of enslaved people in the Americas, as well as secondarily in Russia. So let me talk now about, so when the Civil War breaks out, Marx and Engels, I mean, they're already primed to see it as part of a revolution against slavery. And one of the points I make in the book is just that it's a much, that the Civil War is not a discrete event, but there's a long revolution against capitalism. And in the period of 1860 and I don't know how much later, but after, unfree agricultural labor is already at a is at a vanguard. It's not, it's not the most advanced sectors of the working class being, kind of a labor aristocracy or anything like that. That's not their position. So, Marx and Engels on the Civil War itself. One of the remarkable things about Marx and Engels' writings on the Civil War is that they understood a lot of things about the Civil War before the Union leadership understood those things about the Civil War. And, who knows why? It's impossible to know why. But I think one reason, is that because they started with thinking about questions about working class revolution and revolutions of enslaved people, and then ask, how does the war fit into that? Not, how does that fit into the war? And that, I think, is maybe why. But in any case, it's remarkable how much they got about the war before Lincoln did, and indeed how much they got about the war before mainstream white academic historians got it in anywhere. So Marx recognized, first of all, before Lincoln and before the official Union war aims accepted, that the Civil War was a war against slavery. Now, it's very important for me to emphasize one point, is that the Confederacy started the war to preserve and expand slavery. That's 100% clear, and all the statements that there's anything ambiguous about that come after the war, when sort of like Holocaust deniers after the Holocaust, it's a way of a people who've lost to try to justify themselves. It's very clear from their everything they say that it's about not only about slavery but also about white supremacy, both slavery and white supremacy. And if you look at the common argument that was about states' rights, one easy way to disprove that is just to look at the Confederate Constitution, which is online in a lot of places, and look at what they say about states' rights, and what they say about is nothing. They take away the rights of states to abolish slavery in their own borders, and they make clear in their language that the bond between the states in the Confederacy.
I'm just going to assume not. Been a while. I feel like it's been so long since I've seen anyone. There will never be another problem. They're saying they can't hear you.
That's why. Okay. They can hear me now.
Johnny is muted.
Yeah, I'm always muted. Y'all don't need to be hearing me. All right. How we doing, everybody? How are we, chat? How are you, Magyar guy? Yeah, I finally learned how to use a noise gate, and every time the mic hears my voice, it's just like a high-pitched ringing, so it just cancels it out. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna this one's gonna be interesting. I hope you all enjoy the very clickbaity tweet.
What was the tweet? I don't even know what it is.
Shit. I sent out.
San Diego J, if you need more of what we just had on, you're in luck, because for approximately the next 4 hours, we're going to be talking about exactly that situation with book excerpts, with videos, and with general banter.
I hope you appreciate this.
That's pretty good. And I love the framing of it. It's like, how racist was it? It's like, not was he or was he not racist? It's just like, how severe was the racism of Frederick Engels?
I want to know a lot more about the guy on the left of Marx.
I don't even know who
Who's the guy to the left of Marx?
Was there like a video or something?
Oh, are you talking about the guy who might have been talking about was Village? Engels?
Oh, we'll get into that as well. A man of his time, indeed.
Village,
Indeed.
yeah. San Diego J knows their shit. Village was thank you for the subscription, San Diego J. So we're gonna if it's included in one of the slides, we will talk about Village. He's a very interesting guy. I've talked before about the duel he tried to have with Karl Marx.
I don't think that's actually included.
Damn it.
There's a significant amount of abridging that needs to happen.
I understand.
And I don't think that was actually central to the overall.
You're right.
Like what I do now is I try to be very careful about like what are the central points of this and how can I hover around those facts, because the past 2 times that we've done this for this book, we've gone around 80 slides.
I
was able to keep this one in the 50s because I was just more like slash and burn with it with oh, thank you so much.
Thank you, Magyar guy.
Yeah. Hell yeah, guys. So that's kind of like the process, of trying to take a very dense academic work like this book that we're going over and making it like to some degree digestible, even though I know we're all, somewhat, what's the word? Psychopathic or something like that.
Unhinged.
Unhinged in the way that we consume, history and politics and things like that, that we're a very, very, very special group of individuals that hang out for 4.5 hours and talk about like a single chapter of a book. But even with that, we do have to be brief because we only have so much time here. This one here is
eclectically focused.
Yeah. This one here is an interesting one because obviously we're talking about the Civil War. Mm-hmm. Which is interesting to me, Johnny, because would you say that at least in the United States of America, the Civil War is one of the most popular topics of history?
Dude,
right?
it's like every history nerd's phase, right?
So boring. Is it excruciating boring to you too? Like I live in Pennsylvania. I could be in Gettysburg in like 2 hours.
Can I give you a childhood memory of mine?
I went to Valley Forge. You know Valley Forge? You know what that is? Right?
Yes, I do.
I went to Valley Forge the other day and I was like, this sucks.
So my grandfather, who I believe like in the home video of visiting my mom at the hospital, was able to, when she was giving birth to either me or my brother, was able to recite the entire Emancipation Proclamation from heart. He also throughout my childhood took me to many Civil War sites. Yeah, the water's still shit. You think he's gonna trust that?
I think the water is fine, but I've been getting these from the Wawa. No, but it's really like I think like my girlfriend was a little bit paranoid on the whole water situation, so we've been stocked up on.
I don't blame her.
Even though it's like been fine for I think like over a week now. I'm still just rocking the bottled water.
So my grandfather took me to many Civil War sites, in the surrounding states of New Jersey. But he took me to many reenactments as well that used to happen down the street from where I lived. And there's like a very wonderful childhood memory that my parents loved, that I would want to go see the guys that shoot the guns with nails, because I thought the bayonets at the end of the rifles were nails, right? And I used to just love looking at like Civil War reenactments when I was like a little kid, like 5 years old. So I've always been like a fucking nerd. And what the fuck is it? So yeah, like I think it's like every war nerd's kind of like phase they have where like they go through like a Civil War phase. But before we get started, for San Diego J, I want to talk about Village real quick story that I learned actually from the Radio War Nerd podcast. Yeah, I know Mark Ames is like a huge lib now or whatever. I'm still new to Village's approach. Reminds me of Malcolm X's approach, where Dr. King was peace. Malcolm X seemed to have had the approach of by any means necessary, once peacefully, apparently. Oh, dude, Village was more like Mao, in that he wanted to do like protracted people's war in the U.S. like during the Civil War. When he was fighting for the Union, he allegedly took down the American flags and replaced them with red flags because he was a communist, right? And I think made it to brigadier general. What was the other thing about him? Oh yeah, he tried to duel Marx, right? So him and Marx got into some kind of debate, Pat, and he wanted to duel Marx. And you know about like duels where like, you know, you got to like take 10 paces away from each other and shoot at each other with pistols and whatnot. So Marx was like, nah, get fucked. But this other young kid who's like, you know, fucking, you know, real suck up, he like jumped at the chance to be like, I'll defend your honor, Carl. I'll do the duel for you. And he's like, yeah, all right, whatever. And so this kid and this guy Village, they like take a train out to like this like little like kind of island area, whatever, this like secluded area where you do the duels and shit, right? And so like, you know, this kid and this guy go to do the duel, and Village, right? They take the 10 paces and fire, shoots him right in the fucking face. He's got like a bullet, I think, like lodged in his face or something for the rest of his life. He lives, right? But Marx like literally just does not give a shit.
Marx is like, who?
Yeah, pretty much. Marx is just like, what?
This dude has like this undying hatred, has like a bullet in his face, and he's like, curse you, Marx. And Marx is like, I don't think about you at all.
No. The dude that like did the duel for Marx, right, in his place, is the guy that took the bullet to the face.
Yeah, still, okay, it still applies.
Village is like, go fuck yourself. I'm going to the U.S., right? WILLIC.
Yeah, good job. Here's a signed copy of Capital.
Here, I need you to translate these.
Here's a baseball cap for you, because baseball exists.
Yeah, no, Village kind of did have the right idea. He was totally willing to die for his beliefs, and one of those beliefs was abolition of slavery. What is this? What do you send to me? Grom said this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But all right, back to your regularly.
Right. So with this, I'll say that even as an American who has been through a number of college level history courses,
Right.
I'm still not like a Civil War expert. Like I said, I find many of these topics to be somewhat, especially very like battle heavy histories, very mundane and uninteresting. So there's a lot included in this presentation that is what I will call mainstream history, like videos and things like that, where like obviously we're discussing a niche esoteric interpretation of history, which is Karl Marx's thoughts and interpretations of the American Civil War.
Right.
But, you know, obviously that niche historical topic is built upon a massive historical topic of the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln, Reconstruction, all of these things that are like far more massive, history topics. So there's most of the videos that are put in this are just kind of to bring like me and anyone else. And also we have a lot of people in this chat that aren't even from the United States. So, you know what I mean? Like while I look at like knowledge of the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation and Abraham Lincoln's assassination as things that like everybody just kind of knows.
Right.
We have people from, South America, Europe, the Middle East. You know what I mean? We have like a lot of people in this chat and that visit from Eastern Europe and things like that. That is like, they might not know exactly what the Emancipation Proclamation is. So like if we hit like certain things that maybe like it seems a little bit obvious, this is why, is because we are appealing to like an international audience here. And also, fuck you for thinking you know everything about everything. Like you think you can't learn anything from a crash course video, like
Right.
Like
Look, we get it. The Green Bean Brothers, they're fucking libs, all right? We know it, but like, come on, they have helped probably many of us more times than once, right? Crash, for a fucking test,
Well, and the thing is that even when I put that on, even me, who considers myself like this, like history student, that, like I said, I've been through a number of college level, not only history classes, but American history classes. Right. I still watch that video, and there's still things in there that it's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, sure, okay, that like there's a lot to be gained from that. So just keep that in mind as we go through this.
Right.
There's actually a crash course video that we're gonna, I think, like end this presentation with, that's about Reconstruction, because it talks about the transition to Andrew Johnson from Lincoln after his unceremonious departure from office. And they actually makes like some like read between the lines critiques of capitalism in there as well because of the Reconstruction period. They mention free market capitalism directly, but they say it in the form of a question that leads you to the answer of like, perhaps not great.
Perhaps, mayhaps. I'm trying to find that book that Gerald Horne wrote about the Reconstruction.
I don't know. One of the most famous books about Reconstruction, though, is by W.E.B. Du Bois,
yes.
Who is mentioned in this chapter several times.
All right, well, I'll try and find it later. In the meantime, though, chat, we are Subversive History. This is a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive, and these are the struggles that we aim to illuminate.
Hell yeah, that's what we do.
No, I think it's the 1836 book, Sam, but I think that's a little too early for the Civil War, so I'll have to keep looking later on.
Also, just throwing it out there, we still are running our donation to Books Through Bars Philadelphia. If you want to assist incarcerated individuals getting books that they have a very hard time getting otherwise, please consider throwing $1 or so into the donate to charity button at the bottom right corner of the screen. It goes to a very good cause, and it never goes into the pockets of either I or Johnny.
Yeah, we don't touch that shit. All right, so let's get on with it, right?
Let's get it on. All right, I'll start this off here. So we start here with Marx's, what his views were on race, class, and slavery. I don't know why I don't have commas in the title of this. It bothers me a little.
Race, class, and slavery.
As we have seen, new struggles broke out in Europe and North America in the 1860s. As the conservatism of the 1850s receded for Marx, this was a period of rich creative development, as he completed and published Volume 1 of Capital in 1867 and drafted most of what was to be posthumously published as Volumes 2 and 3 of that work, as well as Theories of Surplus Value. During these same years, Marx also experienced his most intensive political activism since leaving Germany in 1849, as he helped found and lead the First International Working Men's Association, later known as the First International. New class conflicts, as well as important efforts against national and racial oppression, emerged in the 1860s in a number of countries.
There was a lot going on.
Lays the foundation there. We talked previously about, and keep in mind here, the Communist Manifesto was written 10 years before this time period. So, all this stuff, capital, surplus value, these types of things are coming over a decade or maybe almost a decade after the Communist Manifesto. So there's been a lot of change between these, a lot of internal change and ideological change with Marx between these two publications. If you weren't here for the last presentations, we watched Marx change his ideas of India, of Poland, of Russia, many of these having to do with national identity and national sovereignty and how it relates to revolution and so on and so forth. So we've been going through the ups and downs and the growing pains of Karl Marx and his view of race and ethnicity and national, non-Western societies, things like that. And we will continue that using his views on the United States Civil War.
We also learned that Engels was virulently Slavophobic.
Yes.
He thought that the world could not go on another day as long as there were Slavs in it. So, in Marx's view, the 1861 to 1865 Civil War in the United States constituted one of the country's major battles for human emancipation, one that forced white labor in both the United States and in Britain to take a stand against slavery. In the 1867 preface to Capital, he wrote that the Civil War was the harbinger of socialist revolutions to come. He regarded it as a social revolution that changed not only political arrangements, but also class and property relations. Moreover, Marx saw support for the North as a litmus test for the left, while also siding with the radical abolitionists against the cautious Abraham Lincoln.
So 10 years before, Marx viewed essentially being anti-Russian as a litmus test for the revolutionary left, because he viewed Russia, the Russian, I guess you should say the Russian nation state, would that be considered a nation state, as the biggest impediment to revolution on the European continent. I guess over this 10 years, he did witness somewhat of a change in Russia, and now is viewing the United States Civil War as the litmus test. And he views this very differently than we view it in the United States. I think we have somewhat of a jaded look at the Civil War and the Reconstruction period because of what it actually turned out to be. But it is understandable that someone in Marx's position that was only able to look forward speculatively, could only speculate on the future of that, thinking that it had far greater implications for the liberation of man and class relations.
Right. All right, so here is going to be the real test of my ability to operate OBS. Fuck, it's not working.
It doesn't play?
It's not playing. Maybe I need to hit that. Nope. There we go. All right, now let's hope we get sound. Let's hope I get sound.
I don't hear it.
You don't hear anything?
Nope. Does chat hear it? Oh wait, chat might hear it. Oh,
nope.
No.
Chat's getting nothing. God fucking damn it.
Can you just open the link like you would do with the other ones?
One step ahead of you.
Okay.
All right.
This looks way better anyway. I don't know why the picture looks so much better outside of PowerPoint.
I don't know. OBS has been fucking weird for me lately, but let's give it a shot.
Describing battles and tactics. If that's your bag, might I suggest Ken Burns, or if you prefer books like 1,000 authors, my favorites being James McPherson and Shelby Foote. And number two, we won't be bashing and or praising Abraham Lincoln very much, although we do have multiple Lincolns here because we've heard that's good for ratings. I mean, to watch or read certain accounts, you would think that the Civil War was a lengthy chess game played by Abraham Lincoln against his cunning opponent, Abraham Lincoln. But of course, there were other people involved. We are going to quote a fair bit of Lincoln, though, because, that one Tony Kushner Eisner an Academy Award nomination. 3, we won't be claiming that the Civil War was somehow secretly about something other than slavery, because that is just so early 20th century. And number 4, there will not be a lot of jokes today because ha 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 ha, 700,000 people died.
Mr. Green, actually only 680,000 people died.
Yeah, it depends on how you count, you sniveling little ghoul, but recent estimates are between 680,000 and 800,000 total casualties, deadlier for Americans than the American Revolution, World War I, World War II, and Vietnam combined.
Pause it.
Got it.
It's funny, like those numbers like are like supposed to be surprising or something. You're like, oh, you mean a war where America actually felt the brunt of the war is more than the ones where it just rained destruction down upon like
Right.
or like feigned its overall influence over for like the entirety. Like it's like, oh, okay, World War I and World War II, you know, a largely European conflict that America kind of like got involved in, and then Vietnam, where we pretty much just rained napalm upon innocent villagers, and it's like, wow, crazy that not that many Americans died.
I mean, this was pretty much the largest war to go on since pretty much the Revolutionary War, right?
In the United States?
Yeah.
That's the only one that happened in the United States.
The only other one. Well, I mean, there's like the War of 1812 and
French
like
Indian War. but
French
that was-
Indian War. There's the
That
war
wasn't really-
against like the various First Nations and stuff. Like there's some stuff in there. It's just that this one was like the biggest one.
Also, just to be fair as well, like that many, like 800,000 people is way more in, like, I think between the year 1800 and the year 2000, the population of the earth went from like 1 billion to like 8 billion. Like,
Yeah.
so like that was like a far greater share of the population than it would be like considered in like closer to contemporary times.
So let's start with some basic facts about the American Civil War. 1861 to 1865, which corresponded with the presidency of Abraham Lincoln, the Union, or more colloquially, the North, fought against the forces of the Confederate States of America, or the South. Sometimes people call the Union the blue and the Confederates the gray.
Oh shit! I can pause it in there. Oh.
But in fact, the uniforms weren't very uniform. They were all different kinds of color. And also, with all that dirt and blood, they were all just brown. All right, let's go to the thought bubble. You'll notice from this map that not all the states that held slaves were part of the Confederacy. The border states of Kentucky, Missouri, Delaware, and Maryland allowed slavery and never left the United States. All of these border states were critical to the Union. Maryland was north of the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Kentucky controlled the Ohio River. Missouri was the gateway to the West. Delaware actually wasn't that important. So none of that should be particularly controversial unless you're from Delaware. But the causes of the war, that's another story. The Civil War was about slavery. Actual historians will back me up on this, like David Goldfield, who wrote, "Both Northerners and Southerners recognized slavery as the immediate cause of the Civil War." Also, Lincoln said in his second inaugural address, 1/8 of the whole population were colored slaves, not distributed generally over the Union, but localized in the southern part of it. These slaves constituted a peculiar and powerful interest. All knew that this interest was somehow the cause of the war. That said, in comments, lots of people will be like, the war was about agriculture versus industry, or the states' rights to protect themselves from the tyranny of a big federal government. But if it were really about that, the Civil War would have started during the nullification crisis.
Here's the thing, right? Even if you do want to reduce it down to, it was, agriculture versus industry or something, who was performing the agriculture?
Well, and not only that, what was the industry like predicated on? You know what I mean? Like a lot of like industry is predicated on cotton or some other kind of like material that like is being like produced by slavery.
Right.
In the 1830s, when, as I'm sure you'll remember, Andrew Jackson said that South Carolina couldn't declare a federal tariff null in their state. Why didn't that cause a civil war? The Confederate government passed the first conscription act in American history, implemented national taxes, created a national currency, and had a government bureaucracy of about 70,000 people, more than the federal bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. Thanks, Thought Bubble. That said, in the beginning of the war, Lincoln deliberately tried to downplay the slavery angle, arguing that the war was only about preserving preserving the Union. But the war was also about religion for both sides. As David Goldfield put it, in protecting the revolutionary ideals, Northerners would preserve God's plan to extend democracy and Christianity across an unbroken continent and around the world. Southerners welcomed a war to create a nation more perfect in its fealty to God than the one that they had left. But it's also important to remember that regular soldiers often had more prosaic reasons for going off to fight, as you will eventually learn when you are forced to read the Red Badge of Courage. Goldfield tells the story of one Alabamian who enlisted only after his girlfriend mailed him a dress and told him he should start wearing it if he wasn't willing to fight. And for Northerners, Union, religion, and an end to slavery mixed together to form a potent rationale for war. It's summed up nicely by Julia Ward Howe's words to the song that would become famous as the battle hymn of the Republic. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free. You thought I was going to sing, but you were wrong. So spoiler alert, the Union won the war, which in a sense is unsurprising because they had massive advantages. For starters, they had many more people, approximately 22 million as compared to 9 million in the South, of whom 3.5 million were slaves and therefore unlikely to be sympathetic to the Southern cause. Also, the North manufactured more than 90% of all goods in America. Its factories turned out 17 times more textiles than the South, 30 times more shoes and boots, 13 times more iron, and 32 times more firearms. Plus, at the outbreak of the war, the North had 20,000 miles of railroad compared with the South's 10,000. This made it easier for the Union to move its army, which over the course of the war enlisted more than 2 million men compared with 900,000 for the Confederacy. Even Northern agriculture was more productive, taking greater advantage of mechanization than Southern farmers did. Really, the only advantage the South had was better military leaders, like most of the tactically famous generals of the Civil War, Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, Jeb Stuart, etc., were Southerners, and also, by the way, they all had great last words. Lee said, "Strike the tent." Stonewall Jackson said, "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade of those trees." And Jeb Stuart, after being mortally wounded in battle, said to his close friend and lieutenant, "Honey bun, how do I look in the face?" Famous Union General Ulysses S. Grant's last word was water, which isn't nearly so good, but he said that last word after having survived the war and getting to be like President of the United States and stuff. Right, but anyway, this all raises an interesting question. Was the result of the war a foregone conclusion? The Confederacy had to create a nation from scratch and build national unity among people who were committed to the autonomy of their individual home states, so that's a problem. And then there was the issue of overcoming class conflicts, especially when the ruling class was often exempted from actually fighting in the war. But when you put aside all that nation-building stuff and just focus on the actual fighting of the war, the question of the Union's inevitable win becomes much trickier. Some have argued that all the Confederacy really needed to do was outlast the Northern efforts to bring them back into the Union, like Washington had to do against the British. And the idea was that this war of attrition would eventually wear down Northern resolve. But there were two problems with this theory. First, the North had such superiority in its resources that it would take a long time to wear down. Secondly, fighting a war of attrition would be costly to the South as well, and their resources would be depleted long before the North's. Oh, it's time for the mystery document? The rules here are simple. Whoa! That was intense. I try to identify the author of the mystery document. If I am right, I do not get shocked, but I'm never right because Stan makes it too hard. All right, let's see what we got today. I therefore determined first to use the greatest number of troops practicable against the armed force of the enemy, preventing him from using the same force at different seasons, and second, to hammer continuously against the armed force of the enemy and his resources, until by mere attrition there should be nothing left to him but submission. Okay, so the strategy of attrition was a Confederate strategy, but Stan is a jerk. But it talks about the enemy and his resources, which was kind of a Union focus, and more importantly, it talks about preventing him from using the same force at different seasons. That makes me think it is a Union general. Final answer, Ulysses S. Grant. Yo-ho! How do you like them apples? Grant was different from previous Union generals in that he was willing to sustain enormous casualties in pursuit of his goal to wear down the South. Because of this, Grant was often branded a butcher, like he was willing to weather incredible losses, including the 52,000 men, 41% of his army, who were injured or killed at the battles of the Wilderness and Cold Harbor. But his grim determination not just to defeat, but to destroy his opponent is what made Grant one of the first truly modern generals, and also the most successful successful leader the Union found. So Grant's brutal strategy, coupled with the vast superiority in Northern resources, suggests that the outcome of the Civil War really was inevitable, but it also points to some of the reasons to be cautious about that conclusion. First off, it took 3 years before the Union actually fully adopted Grant's strategy, and between 1861 and 1864, it was possible that Southern victories would eventually force the Union to give in. I mean, the Union lost a lot of battles in the first 2 years, largely due to ineffective generaling, and nothing saps a nation's motivation for war like losing. Now, some argue that the North had superior motivation to prosecute the war because they had God on their side and they were against slavery, but that's also pretty problematic. I mean, for many men who joined the Federal Army, a war to end slavery had very little appeal, especially poor enlistees who might be afraid that newly freed slaves would compete with them for jobs. Also, while we are correct in considering slavery unjust, Southerners who took up arms for the Confederacy saw themselves as engaged in a fight for their own freedom rather than a fight to protect slavery. The truth is, when it comes to fighting, motivation is a very tricky business, and I'm most comfortable agreeing with James McPherson, who argued that motivation waxes and wanes with victory, and that the outcome of the war was contingent on a number of turning points. And we're just going to discuss two of the most important: July 1863 and August 1864. July 1863 saw two of the most important Union victories in the whole war. In the Western Theater, General Grant laid siege to and captured Vicksburg, Mississippi, thus giving the Federals control of the lower Mississippi River. I mean, by then the North already had New Orleans, which made it pretty much impossible for the Confederates to ship cotton or anything else along the Mississippi River. After that, Grant was able to turn his attention to the east with the aforementioned hammering of the enemy and their resources. More famously, especially in the eastern part of the United States, the first 3 days of July 1863 saw the Battle of Gettysburg in Pennsylvania. This was General Lee's furthest major offensive in the North, and had he won the battle, it is likely that panic would have set in places like Philadelphia and maybe even New York. Actually, panic did overcome New York in draft riots that killed more than 100 people and only ended after troops from Gettysburg were called in. I'm not going to go into detail about either of these battles, but they shifted the tide of the war in favor of the North, although not enough to bring the war to a quick end. Confederate forces would never again threaten a northern city. August 1864 saw another turning point that really spelled the doom of the Confederacy, and that was when Union General Sherman took Atlanta. Atlanta was a railroad hub and manufacturing center, but its capture was more significant politically than militarily because it happened close to the election of 1864. And that American election was really the last time that the Confederate States of America could have won the Civil War. It's easy to forget this, but Lincoln actually had to run for re-election during the Civil War, and by the summer of 1864, the war was pretty unpopular, and it looked like Lincoln might lose. The capture of Atlanta changed public opinion about Lincoln, and it meant that his Democratic opponent and former top general, George McClellan, didn't stand a chance of winning, which was really significant for the war because Lincoln was committed to ending it with a Union victory, and McClellan, I think it says a lot about American history that in the end, the war's outcome was ensured not just by military victories, but by a political one. Next week, we'll examine the effects of the Civil War and the enduring questions that have arisen out of it, such as who exactly freed the slaves. But until then, thanks for watching. Crash Course is produced and directed by...
So yeah, very, very basic overview of the Civil War, which I personally needed. I hope everyone else is feeling as refreshed as I am after that. So let's get more into the very specific nature of how Marx felt about the whole thing.
All right. Hang on one second. Just want to reply to this to Sam.
Doop, doop, doop.
And bring this back up. That. Come on. There we go. This is you or me.
This is me. Okay. So Marx and Engels did not mention slavery in their sketch of capitalist development in the Communist Manifesto. A little over a year earlier, however, in the letter of December 28th, 1846, to a Russian friend, Pavel V. Enenkov, Marx suggests that slavery and capitalism were intimately connected. Writing in French, he refers to the slavery of the blacks, I guess you would say des Noirs, in Suriname, which I assume is present-day Suriname, or I think Seb said that they actually pronounce it Suriname, in Brazil, in the southern regions of North America. He writes further, direct slavery is as much the pivot upon which our present-day industrialism turns as our machinery, credit, etc. Without slavery, there would be no cotton. Without cotton, there would be no modern industry. It is slavery which has given value to the colonies. It is the colonies which have created world trade, and world trade is the necessary condition for large-scale machine industry. Slavery is therefore an economic category of paramount importance. See, this was interesting for me to read because like it seems like this is like a very like fleshed out association or like it seems like this is a very modern view of like economics, like something that you see today that like one might assume required a lot of time and primary and secondary sources to arrive at that conclusion of like how like intertwined all these things are. And people talk about today about how slavery and capitalism and how racism and capitalism are necessarily or inextricably linked. And it seems like Marx was like pretty much calling that out right from the day it was happening.
Yeah, no, he definitely was. I think he understood that because I think that he was kind of like a proto political economist, or just a political economist, that like he understood that like it was a multifaceted what the fuck am I trying to say? It was a very like multifaceted events were going on. It's historical materialism, It's not just like one thing or the other. It's everything all at once. Like the movie.
Like the movie, yeah. I never saw it.
I didn't either yet.
People said it was good.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me that I should watch it. So, by the 1860s, in addition to his abolitionist perspective, Marx had developed an appreciation of African Americans as revolutionary subjects. On January 11th, 1860, in the aftermath of John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry, he writes to Engels, "In my view, the most momentous thing happening in the world today is, on the one hand, the movement among the slaves, the Sklavenbewegung in America, started by the death of Brown, and the movement among the slaves in Russia, on the other. I have just seen in the Tribune that there was a new slave uprising in Missouri, naturally suppressed, but the signal has now been given." Which reminds me of like the Gerald Horne book that we read, where like slave revolts and uprisings were seemingly a very common occurrence.
Right, for sure. So we have a video here about John Brown. If you want a more extensive, like I just found like some like 8-bit history thing that's only going to be a few minutes long because we have to be somewhat brief in going through all these slides. But there is a book that I have that I would recommend by Du Bois called John Brown. Du Bois actually wrote a book about John Brown, which is pretty cool in my opinion.
It's not gonna let me. Gonna have to do it this way for now. We'll figure it out.
Lincoln said something along the lines of, "If I could have won the war without freeing a single slave, I would have done that."
Yeah.
And we're going to get way deeper into that here as we talk through this, about how that this move by Lincoln may have been more of a utility move as opposed to like a deep moral commitment.
Yeah.
John Brown, who you have probably heard of for his famous raid on Harper's Ferry, Virginia. And as you can tell by this famous painting of him, he was the absolute representation of chaotic good. And I mean, just look at that majestic beard. Plus, I'm sure under that beard is the chattest jawline anyone's ever seen. But the man was a lot more than just a majestic beard and his raid on Harper's Ferry, and has a very, interesting backstory. John Brown was born on May 9th, 1800, in Torrington, Connecticut, as the fourth of 8 kids. Importantly, both his parents were very involved in the abolitionist movement, and operated a safe house for the Underground Railroad. And no, it was not like an actual railroad, but instead was an operation that smuggled slaves out of the South. So suffice to say, this is where Brown's seething hatred of slavery began to fester. When he turned 16, Brown decided to go to Plainfield, Massachusetts to try a brief stint at becoming a minister, but that failed, so he had to go back to work in his dad's tannery. And tanners are basically an old-timey profession that did stuff with cowhides. And he did that for a little while before quitting to start his own tannery. In 1820, he married Dianthe Lusk, and together they had 7 children. He also moved his family to New Richmond, Pennsylvania, where he built a new tannery and barn. But importantly, also began to further assist fugitive slaves, with some estimates saying he had aided over 2,500 slaves.
God damn.
At one point, other white settlers in the area asked if he wanted to help them drive out some natives in the area, to which he replied with, "I would sooner take my gun and help drive you out of the country," and then publicly invited a bunch of Native Americans over for dinner as a big middle finger to the white settlers. Though, by 1831, things were not going so well for Brown. One of his sons had died, and his business was suffering, leaving him in considerable debt. And then another son and his wife died, so he married a 16-year-old Mary Ann Day when he was 32. Okay, well, it was 1833, so I'll give them some slack. Together, they had 13 more kids. So when the guy was not helping out fugitive slaves, he definitely Once
That's a
again,
lot
yada
of
yada yada,
kids.
they moved to Ohio, yada yada yada, another tannery, more debt. At one point, he gets jailed because his property was seized by the bank, and he tried, and failed, to squat on the land. After Congressman Elijah Lovejoy was killed by a pro-slavery mob, Brown went to the town hall and proclaimed, "Here before God, in the presence of these witnesses, from this time, I will consecrate my life to the destruction of slavery." Well, that did not stop him from being declared bankrupt by the court in 1840. Eventually, though, he found a reliable business partner, Simon Perkins, who they were able to start a wool commission operation together. They moved to the city of Springfield, no, the other one, in Massachusetts, to start the company. This city was notable for hosting a large and active abolitionist movement, something that John very actively participated in. He even managed to talk to the Frederick Douglass. After a brief stint in northern New York, our man decides to move to Kansas. Well, why Kansas? Because the Kansas Territory was in the midst of a state-level civil war from 1854 to 1860, referred to as the Bleeding Kansas period, between those who wanted and those who opposed slavery in the future new state of Kansas. It was decided by Congress that Kansas would get to vote on whether it would become...
Do you know anything about Bleeding Kansas?
No.
Dude, there was like ISIS level shit going on in Kansas perpetrated by pro-slavery Southerners.
Yeah.
It's insane.
a slave state or a free state, hence the open violence between the two sides. Brown was especially enraged after a majority anti-slavery town was raised by pro-slavery sheriffs. He believed that the lack of a violent response from anti-slavery forces in Nebraska showed their cowardice, so he decided to once again to take things into his own hands by getting some friends together and literally murdering a bunch of pro-slavery militants. In response, though, another pro-slavery militia burned down his family's homestead, and several skirmishes broke out between Brown's forces and them. After facing some more defeats, a fragile peace was established, and Brown decided it was best he take his exit. Even though Brown lost most of the time, he gained national recognition and was declared a hero by many in the North. But the man had bigger dreams, namely an anti-slave raid that he hoped would be the spark to bring the entire system down. Brown eventually was able to recruit a handful of men with some minor financial backing, a bit less than he had hoped for, but Brown was going to make it work. In preparation for his expedition, he even created a provisional constitution for this new state that was to be created in the land he was invading, which had some facets like abolishing the electoral college, and of course, no swearing in front of women, because the man really had his priorities set.
All right.
Before the famous Harper's Ferry raid, he actually did conduct one raid in Missouri, where he freed 11 slaves. But in September of 1859, Brown finally decided that it was time to strike. The plan was simple: raid the federal armory at Harper's Ferry and arm the local slaves. This would cause a chain reaction across the entire South of slave revolts. Problem was, his plan called for 4,500 men, and only 21 showed up. Still though, he decided to press on anyways. At first, things went well. The armory only had one guard, and they were able to quickly cut the armory telegraph wires. But unbeknownst to Brown, a train had passed through the town as the raid was happening, so when they reached the next town, they relayed the information to the telegraph operator. Before the army could respond, however, local militia had already driven Brown and his men into the fire engine house of the armory. One of Brown's sons had been shot, and when he asked his dad to kill him, Brown basically called him a coward and said he should die like a man. On October 18th, a group of U.S. Marines, led by Robert E. Lee, yes that one, arrived and overwhelmed the firehouse. Brown did survive, but was severely injured and taken prisoner. He was sentenced to death for treason. After his conviction, though, he became somewhat of a national celebrity. In the North, he gained a massive following, with many believing him to be a martyr. In the South, he just further angered many Southerners against the North. On the morning of December 2nd, 1859, Brown wrote his last comment on slavery. I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood. I had, as I now think, vainly flattered myself that, without very much bloodshed, it might be done. Later that day, he was hanged. So, was he a hero or a terrorist? Honestly, I think probably both, but I don't know. Tell me what you think in the comments below.
Hero.
Thanks
100%.
for patrons, Andy.
Have you ever listened to like the speech that he gave before he was hanged?
No.
Because there's this video right here apparently with a guy reciting it.
Okay.
On October 16th, 1859, John Brown and nearly 24 slaves seized the armory at Harper's Ferry in West Virginia, hoping to use its massive arsenal in the struggle to end slavery. Captured and brought to trial at nearby Charleston, Brown was found guilty of treason. 1 month before his execution, he addressed a courtroom in Charleston, West Virginia.
I have, may it please the court,
Can you put on the
a
captions?
few words to say. In the first place, I deny everything but what I have all along admitted. The design on my part to free the slaves. I intended certainly to have made a clear thing of that matter, as I did last winter when I went into Missouri and there took slaves without the snapping of a gun on either side, moved them through the country, and finally left them in Canada. I designed to have done that same thing again on a larger scale. That was all I intended. I never intended murder or treason or destruction of property or to excite or incite the slaves to rebellion or make insurrection. I have another objection. And that is, it is unjust that I should suffer such a penalty. Had I interfered in the manner which I admit, and which I admit has been fairly proved, had I so interfered in behalf of the rich, the powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or in behalf of any of their friends, either father, mother, brother, sister, wife, or children, or any of that class, and suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, it would have been all right. And every man in this courtroom would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than punishment. This court acknowledges, I suppose, the validity of the law of God. I see a book kissed here, which I suppose to be the Bible, or at least the New Testament. That teaches me that whatsoever I would that men should do to me, I should do even so to them. And it teaches me further to remember them that are in bonds as bound with them. I endeavored to act up to that instruction. Now, I say I am yet too young to understand that God is any respecter of persons. I believe that to have interfered, as I have done, as I have always freely admitted I have done, in behalf of his despised poor, was not wrong, but right. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments, I submit, so let it be done.
He also fought not to have the people that committed Harper's Ferry with him hung. He wanted to try and save them as much as he could, and take sole responsibility for it. So, also the idea and like the painting that was used in like the 8-bit history clip, right, where like, he's like this like crazy looking guy with like the beard and everything, is actually Southern pro-slavery propaganda, that he is this erratic, wild man, right, and not like a very cogent, very intelligent, very aware man. Like he was aware of like what he was doing, and he was I think like probably like a proto-liberation theologist in my opinion. And I think that like anybody that wants to be like, Christianity is like, a tool of like, slavery and stuff, it can easily be applied to abolition as well. So are you going to tell me that like John Brown was a fool? Also, here's Paul Robeson singing John Brown's Body. I'm just going to put that in chat, so that we can keep it moving. But, John Brown, if you've never read up on him, I highly, highly recommend it.
Indeed.
And
Check out the Du Bois book.
yes. All right, back to that. Is this when you were me?
This is me. So 4 months later, shortly after the firing on Fort Sumter that began hostilities, Marx writes in a letter dated May 6, 1861, to his uncle Lyon Phillips. Do you think that's pronounced Lion? Leon?
Is it even pronounced Phillips? Who the fuck knows, man?
Okay. To his uncle Lyon Phillips, that these acts of violence have rendered all compromise impossible. Presciently, he adds that the South would score early victories on the battlefield, but would not triumph in the end. He also alludes to the possibility of a slave revolution. Glauben Revolution, I guess, as they call it in Deutschland. There can be no doubt that in the beginning of the struggle, the scales would be tilted in favor of the South, where the class of propertyless white adventurers forms an inexhaustible reservoir of martial militia. But in the long run, of course, the North will win. For in case of necessity, it can play the last card, that of slave revolution. Is this also like kind of like a 4D chess galaxy brain Marx take, like of that essentially predicted the course of the Civil War?
Kind of, yeah. He's kind of just like pulling like a what would you call it? Like what's that movie where like Christopher Walken suddenly has like powers of like precognition? It's like a precog.
I don't know, X-Men or something? I don't know.
No. It's like an old like 70s movie, I think. Whatever.
Is anybody in chat more knowledgeable in the Civil War that could say that whether this was right or wrong or not? Because wasn't there a thing where like for a while Lincoln was like hesitant to announce like the war because he wanted a victory first? Like they kept losing. And actually the first thing that he even used was a stalemate. It wasn't even a victory, but they were so desperate for something to be like, people of the North, people of the Union, look. But like apparently I think I'm remembering this correctly, they were losing at first, and then actually this last part where it said they can play the last card, which is slave revolution, I think that was the begrudging decision of Lincoln to free the slaves because they knew that it would rob the South of resources and men that they could potentially use. Right. So it does seem like Marx kind of like was like, yeah, this is how it's going to happen. And maybe there's people that are more knowledgeable in the Civil War than I am. It seems that it did kind of happen like that.
Well, I mean, like,
if anybody knows more about it, please put it in chat so that I can be corrected.
It's kind of like what we were talking about before, where in terms of like, okay, even if you wanted to imagine that the Civil War was purely a war of agriculture versus industry, right? Who's doing the agriculture? Right. Well, what is the productive forces of the South, if not the slave labor that they are inherently, reliant upon? You know what I mean? So it's like as soon as you eliminate that, then like, everything's going to come like grinding to a halt.
There's a little thing about Fort Sumter. Like I said, I'm so bad on like everything that happened in the Civil War. If I can find a little 3-minute video for these like things that are relevant to it, here it is.
Nah, you're good.
Fort Sumter, the American Civil War.
Pretty sure I've been to Fort Sumter.
1861.
In South
Back in
Carolina?
1812,
I think so.
America was drawn into the war between
I'm
Britain
someone
and
that
France.
remains unconvinced. If I hadn't passed through South Carolina, I wouldn't be sure that it actually exists. I feel like I meet people all the time in my life that are from North Carolina. I know people in my life that have moved to North Carolina.
Right.
I visited Charlotte before. South Carolina, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a completely insular society. I never meet anyone that's from there. I never engage with anyone that's moving there. It's an enigmatic place, but considering that I've lived in Florida and Philadelphia, I've passed through it a few times on my drives.
The Eastern Front of the Civil War was basically a deadlock until Grant was brought in. Victories on both sides. Both sides. The Western theater was mostly Union victories, even in the beginning of the war.
Well, Gutmeister, I feel like I've never seen you contribute to this chat before, but thank you so much for that. That was a very awesome summary. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure they've interacted before. Yeah, no, they definitely have. It would tell me if it was.
It's not a first-time chat,
No,
so, but
yeah.
they're low-key.
EJ of non-compete is from South Carolina. Well, would you look at that?
That adds to the mystery. I'm not even sure if that dude's I'm not sure how material that being is.
France. After the war ended in 1815, the United States had learned that it had a desperate need to modernize and fortify the defenses on its vulnerable eastern coastline. Subsequently, the Americans started to build a large number of modern and strategically placed coastal sea forts.
Right.
These were called the Third System style forts. They had a very high 5-sided fortification consisting of 3 tiers with walls 5 feet thick with batteries of large caliber muzzle-loading cannons. One such seaport was Fort Sumter, built to guard Charleston Harbor in South Carolina. It was to supplement the much older fort situated in the middle of the harbor, Fort Moultrie, an American War of Independence era sea fort. Though Fort Sumter was started in 1829, it was still not completed due to a lack of funds by the time South Carolina seceded from the Union in 1860. And with the formation of the Confederate States of America in February 1861, the Union garrison at Fort Sumter suddenly found itself inside hostile territory. The Union Harbor commander had already realized the seriousness of the situation. So back on December 26, 1860, they abandoned the smaller fort of Moultrie, redeploying its men across the harbor to Fort Sumter.
I'm sorry, chat. I fucking keep doing this. I'll even start it over because I completely forgot.
Fortify the defenses on its vulnerable eastern coastline.
Is he forgetting the captions again?
The Americans started to build a large number of modern and strategically placed coastal sea forts. These were called the Third System style forts. They had a very high 5-sided fortification consisting of 3 tiers with walls 5 feet thick with batteries of large caliber muzzle-loading cannons. One such seaport was Fort Sumter, built to guard Charleston Harbor in South Carolina. It was to supplement the much older fort situated in the middle of the harbor, Fort Moultrie, an American War of Independence era sea fort. Though Fort Sumter was started in 1829, it was still not completed due to a lack of funds by the time South Carolina seceded from the Union in 1860. And with the formation of the Confederate States of America in February 1861, the Union garrison at Fort Sumter suddenly found itself inside hostile territory. The Union Harbor commander had already realized the seriousness of the situation. So back on December 26, 1860, they abandoned the smaller fort of Moultrie, redeploying its men across the harbor to Fort Sumter. As well as moving Moultrie's smaller guns in an attempt to beef up the strength of Sumter's garrison. The garrison now consisted of 85 soldiers, including 8 military musicians. And over the next few months, they would get around 60 artillery pieces up and running, but didn't have sufficient men to man all the guns. Also, the majority of the guns were facing out to sea, when in fact the real danger to the fort were the land-based Confederate infantry units and artillery batteries. The infuriated Confederates repeatedly demanded the surrender of the Fort Sumter garrison, but they refused and things came to a head in April 1861. The situation for the fort had become critical when it was realized it would run out of food by the 15th of April. An earlier attempt to resupply the fort by sea back in January had failed, having been driven off by gunfire by cadets from the local military college of South Carolina. In March, Abraham Lincoln became the new Union president and vowed to keep the fort resupplied, thus heightening the tension between the two sides. On April 12, 1861, at 4:30 a.m., the Union garrison, having ignored an ultimatum to vacate the fort, provoked the Confederates to start bombarding it. This heralded the start of the 4-year-long American Civil War. After 34 hours and an estimated 3,000 shots fired at Fort Sumter by the Confederate artillery, the Union garrison, realizing the situation was hopeless, surrendered, therefore ending the very first battle of the American Civil War. No one was killed during the short-lived siege, though ironically during the surrender ceremony on April 14th, 2 Union soldiers were killed when a spark caused a pile of cartridges to explode as a planned 100-gun salute was taking place. Following year, the war intensified and eventually led to an estimated 620,000 Americans being killed before the war ended in 1865. Fort Sumter remained in the Confederates' hands until almost the end of the war, despite several attempts by the Union Army to retake it.
Oh, did you see that flag up there? That flag up above the base? Do you know what flag that is?
Nope.
That's the flag of the Confederacy.
Oh. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the stars and bars that you always see, that's just the what is it, Georgia, like, battle flag or whatever. It's not the flag of the Confederacy. So a lot of these dudes flying these like Confederate flags aren't even flying the right flag.
They just saw Dukes of Hazzard and were like, hell yeah, brother.
Yes.
I'm sure the Dukes of Hazzard had a lot to do with that. Or was that before? Was that already popularized before?
Subscribe
I
for
think it
more
was like
history
already pretty popularized.
Yeah,
The other thing about this that is always interesting to me is that if you look at like historical records of the time, right? You can very clearly see that like the southern states were like arming themselves like, for years ahead of time.
In preparation of a civil war?
Mm-hmm.
Did it have to do with slavery?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was asking sincerely. I didn't know how much of like a hot.
No, it really was, yeah. So this is you or me?
Oh, sorry, I can't. Let me pull up Twitch again. Okay. This is you. Yeah.
Okay. So Marx analyzed class differentiation within both the North and the South. He suggests that the North began to take a stronger stand with the rise of the Northwestern, today what we understand as Midwestern states, such as Illinois and Ohio. Their large immigrant population, he writes, richly mixed with new German and British elements, and in addition, self-working farmers was naturally not as prone to intimidation as the gentlemen of Wall Street and the Quakers of Boston. In reference to Kansas during the 1850s, he adds, it was also this northwestern population that in the Kansas affair, from which the present war really is to be dated, fought at close quarters with the border ruffians. And I believe what he's talking about is the bleeding of Kansas.
So yeah, so this is a very probably something that is very, very sorely missing from a lot of contemporary American views of the Civil War is like the class element of it. And, how even of the North, there's different sections. Like, you're going to have a far different reaction to the war, among the fucking Wall Street Quakers / Quakers as you are going to be with, the large immigrant populations in the, what was at that point considered the Northwest of the United States.
Right. Well, I mean, like, look at wars today, even in contemporary USA, where it's just like, fucking libs living in like McMansions or like, we need to stand with whoever the fuck the latest target is of like, the US fucking, State Department versus like, people working like regular 9-to-5 jobs in like warehouses and shit that are just like, I don't fucking care. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this one's you.
Okay. As to the class composition of the South, he points to the relatively small group of 300,000 slave owners among a southern white population of 5 million, calling the secession votes in the various southern states usurpations by a wealthy minority. After Engels questions this in a letter of July 3rd by referring to the reports of a popular vote for secession, Marx speaks in a letter of July 5th of the December 2nd character of the whole cessation maneuver, a reference to the Bonapartist coup of December 2nd, 1851. Marx argues further that the matter has been completely misrepresented by the English papers and proceeds to do a state-by-state analysis of the voting. And that's the level of, fucking nerd that Karl Marx was.
Baldwin's Ghost. Have you all talked about the Libs really mad at Chomsky again? Libs and anarchists love Chomsky until he opens his mouth about either Yugoslavia or Ukraine.
Oh, Pat, you didn't hear, did you?
Epstein?
Yeah.
I did see that. I was about to bring that up. That apparently he hung out with Epstein a few times.
Karl Marx, the grandfather of Marxism.
Is there a typo in there or something?
Is there? I don't think so.
Am I being ribbed right now?
I think you're being
Is there a ribbing happening?
Trolleded.
Redacted Chomsky.
No, I don't see it. Where's the T at the end of the Marx?
I don't know. I think let's just go forward.
All right.
This specific what you just read continues here. Marx notes that many Southern whites initially opposed the secession, but were intimidated by pro-slavery elements. This is where that state-by-state analysis comes in. North Carolina and even Arkansas chose Union delegates, the former even with a strong majority. They were later terrorized. Texas, where next to South Carolina, the biggest slavery party with the most terrorism was to be found, nevertheless cast 11,000 votes for the Union. Alabama. I'm a little bit confused with that word Alabama is. The people voted neither for secession nor for the new Constitution, etc. The state convention passed the Ordinance of Secession with 61 against 39 votes, but the 39 from the northern counties, almost entirely inhabited by whites, represented more free men than the 61. So I'm pretty sure what we're getting at here is just that, like, initially as this conflict was brewing, you had many of like the, let's just call them the proletarian individuals that maybe weren't so like committed to being anti-union because of like slavery or something like that, because slavery was benefiting just like capitalism does currently, a minority of people. A minority of people are reaping the benefits of slavery, much like the minority of people are benefiting from capitalism currently. So it makes sense that there's not a lot of like very, very regular troll type of people that are like, no, we need slavery here, until someone influences them.
Right.
That your rights are being trampled on. They're going to come down here marauding. And even worse, not only are you not going to let some northerner, some city slicker come down here and push you around, what do you think is going to happen when all these Negroes are running around here free? What do you think is going to happen then? They might dance with your daughter. What are you going to do when they're dancing?
They'll be dancing with your daughter.
That's a Peretti quote.
No, I know.
Yeah.
He does a little dance move.
Come down there, they're going to dance with your daughters.
Doing the salsa.
Talking about Cubans, actually. But I like the... Wilco, what's up? I'm glad you made it.
We haven't even gotten to the spicy part yet, Wilco.
I wonder how long that story is being sat on just for such an occasion, but
right.
also, ew, man.
Look,
are you talking about the Peretti story?
He's still talking about the Chomsky thing. All right, well let's just get the Chomsky thing out of the way now. That, like, yeah, you're obviously onto something. That, like, the one radical that libs all fucking love, suddenly he says something positive about Russia, right? And suddenly it turns out he was hanging out with Epstein, and all of a sudden they now have a problem with it, even though there's a number of other people that are like, modelists within liberal institutions that also went out to dinner with him, went to Little St. James, went on the plane with him, but they didn't have a fucking problem with them either. So
I think I saw like actual quotes from Chomsky too that he kind of like admitted it, but he was being defensive though. He was like, I might have been on a plane ride between Boston and New York. It was like a 30-minute plane ride, and I think I was at a dinner between like him and like some artist, and he was there or something. Did Chomsky work with the CIA?
His work was used by the CIA's work.
Which work?
His linguistic work at what is it, MIT or something? Wherever the fuck it is he worked. I'm not really that big on Chomsky for very obvious reasons. You know what I mean?
I like his work on Palestine.
Right.
He co-authors works with Ian Pape that I find very good.
Right. So, I'm not gonna. I've moved on from that period of my life where I'm just gonna have a lot of vitriol for Chomsky, because I feel like there's a lot more people that are more deserving.
I have a funny little joke where I say that MLs have an easier time contextualizing Stalin than they do Chomsky.
Right.
Stalin will parse through the good and the bad. Chomsky, absolutely not.
No. Yeah. Chomsky's purity politics are, far more, what's the word? Unforgiving than even Stalin's. So, on October 25th, 1861, Marx's first article on the war appeared in Die Presse, entitled The North American Civil War. It offered an analysis of the conflict as a whole. He begins by refuting the reasons given in the British establishment press for denying support to the Union. He argues that slavery, not protective tariffs for northern industry, was at the root of the war. Secession, therefore, did not take place because Congress passed the Moral Tariff Act. At most, Congress passed the Moral Protective Tariff because secession had taken place. He attacks even more forcefully the notion, common in Europe at the time, that because the Union had not yet come out against it, slavery has absolutely nothing to do with this war. So I guess we can really just thank the Brits for that long.
That's not what he's saying at the end. I think that's what he's responding to. I think
Yeah.
what his actual quote is saying that refuting the reasons that he argues that slavery, not protective tariffs. So this is also kind of interesting because we see Marx kind of like, for one, having a very visionary view of the intertwined nature between capitalism and slavery and race relations. Then we see him pretty much, if I'm not wrong, more or less predict the trajectory of the American Civil War. And also, he pretty much just hand waves away a ridiculous notion that's still present in American political discourse to this day regarding the Civil War being about states' rights or something like that. Marx seems to be batting 1,000 on the Civil War issue so far, which is pretty funny.
Again, he's like, in a bathtub floating there. He's a precog, man. He's, got the power of precognition. Yeah. All right. Fucking, again, everybody, calm down with the Chomsky thing. I'm not here defending Chomsky, but it's like, if you read...
I don't think anybody's really come in that hot about it, to be honest.
No, I know, but Chomsky's manufacturing consent is the 7-minute abs to Parenti's 8-minute abs.
Yeah, which is hilarious. I don't think anyone in here should be getting it confused that we're somehow pro Chomsky on the Chomsky versus Perenni. Perenni is the spiritual godfather of this operation.
I literally am defending it.
Good.
I'm only defending it because he quotes Chomsky in Inventing Reality.
Perenni is, the ideological godfather of my political development. Sometimes when people ask me, oh, are you a Marxist? Are you a Leninist? Are you this? Are you that? And I want to say that I'm a Perenniist because I've actually read more Perenni than I have Marx or Lenin or many of these other isms that have names attached to them. There's more Perenni books on my shelf than any other author.
Right. I would say that Perenni has, probably had more of a what's the word I'm looking for here? Probably more of an impact, right, on how I view the world than Marx, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't be having an interest in Marx if it was not for my interest in Perenni.
Right.
You know what I mean? Perenni bridged the gap between, a kid in the 21st century that maybe would never even have looked into these old writings from the 1800s. It was Perenni that took a contemporary situation and then linked it to that made, the reason I'm reading this book right now is because of Perenni.
Also, if you really want to cut deep at Chomsky or Chomsky lovers, you could literally just tell them without Edward Herman, manufacturing consent would have never been written.
Yeah, make sure, and also next time that you want to cut deep, make sure you go tell Vijay Prashad that he's not a real Marxist-Leninist because he wrote a book with Chomsky recently. Make sure you let him know.
Yes. Make sure you tweet that at him. All right?
Hell, Biggie took it. This is me, I believe. He detailed various concessions on the part of the North to the slave states from 1820 onwards. He then writes of how in 1857, the U.S. Supreme Court decided the notorious Dred Scott case, according to which every individual slaveholder is entitled to introduce slavery into hitherto free territories against the will of the majority. He also recounts the conflict in Kansas between 54 and 58. Armed emissaries of the slaveholders, border rabble from Missouri and Arkansas, with Bowie knife in one hand and a revolver in the other, fell upon Kansas and by the most unheard of atrocities sought to drive the settlers from the territory they had colonized. These raids were supported by the central government of Washington, hence a tremendous reaction. Throughout the North, but particularly in the Northwest, a relief organization was formed to support Kansas with men, arms, and money. So this here, we're going to talk about this Dred Scott case if you go forward, because this is pretty much it's kind of like, you remember that case that started the counter-revolution of 1776 where a slave got brought to England and ran away, and then was there was kind of this legal debate of well, this is technically a man's property. This man that is now in a nation that doesn't have slavery, but is technically the property of someone in another country. How do we have, what is the legal recourse, how we have to operate here? This is kind of similar to that, but within states.
Right.
If you own a slave and you leave your state where slavery is a sanctified institution, and you go into a non-slave state, what is the free status of that person? So that's what this goes into.
Is it cool if I just let this plane just run to the bathroom real quick?
Yeah.
All right.
It's only 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes?
All right, yeah.
No. I mean, can you finish it in 3? Go to the bathroom, definitely. I'm not saying don't go to the bathroom. I'm saying 3 minutes.
All right.
Dred Scott was born as a slave in Virginia in the 1790s. He was sold to John Emerson, a doctor in the U.S. Army. He allowed Dred Scott to marry, and they had 2 daughters. Emerson eventually died, and Scott sued the widow for his freedom. He claimed that he should be set free because he was illegally held when his master took him to Illinois and Wisconsin, both free territories. The case eventually made it up to the Supreme Court as Dred Scott versus Sanford. Sanford was the brother of Emerson's widow. The case was decided on March 6, 1857, just 2 days after Buchanan's inauguration. The court held that it did not have jurisdiction over the case because Dred Scott was not a citizen of the United States. Since the Constitution only gives the federal government the authority between citizens of different states, Scott needed to be a citizen to have a valid case.
It becomes necessary, therefore, to determine who were citizens of the several states when the Constitution was adopted. The legislation and histories of the times, and the language used in the Declaration of Independence show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves, nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as a part of the people, nor intended to be included in the general words used in that memorable instrument.
They pointed to colonial laws in the text of the Declaration of Independence and Constitution. The Fifth Amendment.
You said pause it, right?
No, I said good time.
Thanks.
It says that no one can be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. The court said that someone could not lose their property of slaves just because they went to a state or territory where slavery was illegal. It declared the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional because it would deprive property as well. This was only the second time in American history that the Supreme Court said an act of Congress was unconstitutional. 7 justices agreed with the decision, and 2 did not. The dissenting justices said that blacks could become citizens because at the time of the founding, they could vote in 10 out of the 13 states, which would overturn much of the argument. This case did not settle the issue of slavery once and for all as the South hoped. Instead, the decision was considered very offensive in the North and strengthened the abolitionist movement and the new Republican Party. Dred Scott's and his family's freedom was purchased, but he died less than 2 years after being freed.
So there you go. So that's just something to think about as well. Just like what the overall vibe is. That maybe the North or like the United States as a whole is not like such like a bleeding heart abolitionist project as you may like to pretend it is.
Kind
Or
of
some
sucks.
people, not you individually, the person whose ears this is falling into. But the way that it's kind of looked at as like, this very noble moral crusade of abolition.
I mean you. Personally you, who's watching and listening.
The know-nothing Republican.
This is me or you?
I think this is I. He argues as well that Southern slavery was an economic institution for which the soil becoming quickly exhausted, the acquisition of new territories become necessary. Thus, the slaveholding South could never consent to limitations on the expansion of slavery into the territories. Additionally, it was only by such expansion as well as the aggression involved in this process that the interests of the small minority of slave owners could be squared with those of the vast population of poor whites. This was accomplished by giving the poor whites turbulent impulses for action in innocuous direction and to tame them with the prospect of themselves one day becoming slaveholders. Thus, the sectional conflict over slavery operated in an ideological manner to deflect the poor whites from conflict with the dominant classes of the South. So this is like a really great, class conscious view of this whole thing of how like the miseries of the lower classes of the South need to be deflected from those who was actually immiserating them, which is the plantation owners, the oligarchs that are making the decisions of the Confederacy, and it needs to be redirected to the North, slaves, other poor white people, and also there needs to be this carrot dangled of like, maybe you can own some slaves sometime. What about when you get money? Aren't you going to want to buy some fucking slaves? What happens when you've been working hard? Eventually you're going to get $1,000 at some point. You'll save up your entire life to have $1,000. Aren't you going to want to buy a slave?
Just reminds me of that commercial with the dude, with the dollar bill at the end of like the fishing line.
Yeah. Oh, you almost got it.
Oh, almost got it there. Oh.
But this is still what happens to this day. Yeah. This is still the nature of capitalism. This is still like, the oligarchs being like, yeah, I understand that, you work for $20,000 a year and you can't afford any kind of like an expense and you live with 6 people. And if you had a child, you would probably be, descended into bankruptcy that can only be alleviated by government funding and credit cards. But one day, what if one day you wanted to have your own slaves? Maybe one day you can have a landscaping business where you hire immigrant labor.
I mean, I think enough people in here have watched C-SPAN in the morning and heard the old people call in, right? And heard like, the unhinged, untethered from reality logic that like, those millionaires, they worked hard for that money. They deserve that money. I might be one of those hardworking millionaires one day.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny how the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah. Or have they really changed at all? In another of Marx's articles for Die Presse, The Civil War in the United States, which appeared on November 7th, 1861, he concentrated on 2 points. First, he argues that the South, in reality, claimed no less than 3/4 of the national territory as part of its secession. Quote, the War of the Southern Confederacy is thus not a war of defense, but a war of conquest. A war of conquest for the extension and perpetuation of slavery. Second came a state-by-state survey of the social and political conditions in each of the southern and border states, here developing and expanding the points he had made in his letter to Engels of July 1st, discussed above.
So this is an interesting perspective from Marx that I don't think I've ever heard in like my institutional education in the United States, that not only was this a secessionist movement, but this was actually maybe an outright war of conquest from the Confederacy.
Yeah. I mean, like, do you know...
Like, this wasn't just about like, hey, we're going to separate and do our own thing down here. We'll have our slaves, or actually whatever we want to do, we're going to do down here. That this actually might have had expansionist elements to it.
I mean, like, do you know what, like, cotton does to soil?
Well, yeah, and this is actually something that actually kind of, it's not even really just cotton, it's agriculture, like slash and burn, cash cropping agriculture in general. If you remember when we were talking about Guatemala, so much of the United Fruit and other large landowners' property went uncultivated for so long because they would have to naturally let the soil fallow is the word for it, which is generally and naturally regenerate its nutrients after it's been depleted for agriculture. So you're kind of like running around this like whack-a-mole kind of game, you know, planning on fertile ground and waiting for the other not being used ground to regenerate its nutrients so that it can be cultivated again. So, and this is even up until like, you know, in Guatemala's case, the 1950s. So,
yeah.
You know, back here in the 1800s, you still have less sophisticated agricultural methods.
I worked with a dude born in Argentina who actually voted Republican because he might be rich one day. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's a word for that. There's this this very forward-thinking progressive guy came up with this term gusano.
A cuck.
A class cuck.
This is me, yeah. Okay. Again and again, Marx suggests that the goal of the South was to dominate North America. So this is more of that. This isn't just about seceding, it's about expanding. Thus, in fact, there would take place not a dissolution of the Union, but a reorganization of it. A reorganization on the basis of slavery, under the recognized control of the slaveholding oligarchy. The result would be a new form of capitalism, openly structured upon racial and ethnic lines in which immigrant whites would join blacks at the bottom. The slave system would infect the whole Union. In the northern states where Negro slavery is unworkable in practice, the white working class would be gradually depressed to the level of helotry. Do you know that word?
Yeah.
Okay.
Helots. Slaves.
Oh, okay. This would be in accord with the loudly proclaimed principle that only certain races were capable of freedom. And that is, as in the South, the real labor is the lot of the Negro. So in the North, it is the lot of the German and the Irishman, or the direct descendants. Now, here's a little bit more of this is like a weird balancing act between intersectionality and class reductionism, isn't it? Which I don't know, it's paradoxical, like that you can be teetering between those two. But he seems like in one breath, he's being like, essentially, Irishmen are going to be the same thing as slaves, you know what I mean? Like as this thing continues,
right.
But then also he's kind of saying that actually maybe because this first paragraph is Anderson's words, where he says that it's openly structured upon racial and ethnic lines in which immigrant whites would join black. I guess it's overall class reductionist. Would you say that? Am I being a little too charitable?
I think if you're going to be talking about or having any kind of conversation about race and class, you're going to come to the conclusion, no matter which side of it you fall on, that they are intertwined. There is no. It's kind of like nature versus nurture. There's no one greater than the other or anything. It's like base and superstructure. They're intertwined.
I disagree with that. I think nurture outweighs nature in many aspects.
It depends. Then that like, you know,
You
every
break out your calipers. Break out your
fucking
calipers.
damn it,
and
Pat.
You know, you can.
When my grandfather dies and I get his calipers, you know, there'll be a frequent prop on this.
You can get your calipers and your bell curve, and you can, you know, go right to work with the nature.
But I think, like, you know, I mean, come on, tell me that, like, you know, this isn't pretty much like what happened in Reconstruction, anyways. That, you know, for very obvious reasons.
I think if you break this down to purely economic ones and twos, I think you can do a very class reductionist thing. But when you talk about the position in society, this is when it gets very different, where you have to apply intersectionality. Does that make sense to me?
Yeah.
Maybe if you're doing like a very naked economic, you know, assessment of this, with Marx is probably fucking doing, given who he is, that you can kind of come to like that these two things would be effectively the same. But the thing is that an Irishman in the North would never have to deal with like the social alienation that a black person in the South would have to.
Right. So like that's the thing, is that class stratifies. It can be stratified. You know, just because you have one person like who is even part of the bourgeois, right? The bourgeois class does not mean that, like, you know, he wields the same power as any other member within that bourgeois class, right? The same thing, it is the same case even with the proletariat, that class is stratified. So even if you want to be a class reductionist, if you can't understand the stratification of class, then you're doing a terrible job of being a class reductionist, right? You're not understanding that, like, you know, there are inherent, like, you know, intersectionalities, right, of class and superstructure, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good take on that. This is you.
Finally, Marx openly criticized Lincoln for the first time in this article. The occasion was the way in which Lincoln faint-heartedly revoked General John Fremont's Missouri Proclamation on the emancipation of Negroes belonging to the rebels. This after protests from pro-Union slaveholders in Kentucky who threatened to secede. Still, Marx concluded the issue of emancipation had now been put forward publicly as a war aim and a strategy. He devoted an entire article to the Fremont in November 26th, De Presse, writing that he was the first Northern general to have threatened the slaveholders with the emancipation of the slaves. And there's also, I forget his name. I know he's like Polish. He was some kind of dude. Fuck, I forget his fucking name. But he was an abolitionist too. That was with the Union, right? But like, you know, even before the Civil War happened, right? And he writes in his journals about how, like, you know, it is ridiculous and like just disgusting to watch these, like, you know, northern, like, you know, generals and northern politicians just fawn over the South and, like, you know, what would basically become, like, you know, the government of the Confederacy. He's like, it's just like the most disgusting thing. Like, these people are gearing up for war. You see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have eyes, do you not?
Here's the guy Fremont that was referenced there.
And there are no subtitles.
He made a name for himself in many ways as a military officer and explorer of the West, even a presidential candidate. But it was during his time in St. Louis that John C. Fremont went from being famous to infamous.
In 1861, he was appointed commander of the Western Department, which included St. Louis and everything west. So it was a major military command in a real hot spot during the early years of the Civil War.
Fremont lost points with the public when he moved into this mansion on Choteau Avenue at a time of despair for so many. But what got Fremont into the most trouble was his decision to impose martial law in Missouri, threatening to free the slaves of anyone with Confederate sympathies.
He jumped the gun a little bit because Lincoln was very concerned about holding the border states as loyal to the Union. And so the idea that in a border state, Fremont would threaten to emancipate the slaves of anybody who he suspected of being disloyal to the Union threatened to unhinge Lincoln's program of trying to keep the border states loyal and in the Union.
For Fremont, his decision would turn out to be a career changer.
Lincoln suggested to Fremont that maybe he had gone a bit too far, and Fremont refused to back down. At that point, Lincoln gave him a written order, which of course he had to follow, and then a short time later removed him from command.
From St. Louis, Fremont went on to become governor of Arizona, only to end up moving back east to New York, where he lost almost everything he had, gambling on mining. So it seems only appropriate that the road running through the middle of the oldest part of the Las Vegas Strip is named in his honor, though the locals pronounce it Fremont Street.
It's an interesting piece of trivia you have there. Did you know that Fremont Street is named after that fucking guy?
I did not. I had no fucking idea. And this is the Polish guy I was talking about, Count Adam Górowski.
Nice.
Yeah, he has like this thing where like, you know, he pretty much like here we go. After President Lincoln's election and in the lead to his inauguration, Górowski met with pro-union Republicans in Washington who were delegates to the peace conference, warning them of secessionist plots to disrupt the Electoral College and further of Southern intentions to foment a takeover of the government either at the time electoral ballots were counted or on March 4th, Inauguration Day.
Okay.
But yeah, he's a pretty interesting guy, and if you're a real fucking Civil War nerd, his journals are pretty interesting to read up.
Did you see what happened with the Fremont guy though?
Yeah, he got pretty not rewarded.
Right. By who? Who was the one not rewarding him for his abolitionist sentiments?
Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, that's what I really wanted to take away from that, is that even in these days, as we're like, you know, in the midst of the Civil War, Lincoln is like, and this has to do with political reasons. It's because of the border states. He thinks that if he acquiesces to abolitionist desires in these border states, that they'll just immediately flip to the Confederacy and then the Union will lose. So Lincoln takes like the genuine abolitionists and removes them from power in the border states because it is politically undesirable.
Well, I mean, like we were talking about earlier in chat, you know, he was going to keep that union together no matter what it took, even if that meant, you know, concessions. And I think it's either later or maybe, you know, it had to be cut for, you know, time or whatever the hell you want to call it. But he does state that, like, you know, Marx, that, like, you know, the union, right, had been, what the hell is the word? Just giving concession after concession for 50 years to what would become the Confederacy.
Right. Trying to keep it together.
Is this me or you?
This is me.
Class cleavage.
All right. Marx wrote for far more on another international dimension of the Civil War, its impact on the British government and the British public opinion. Padover sums up the situation in Britain in this period. So this is an individual, a historian named Padover, that's making a summarization of Marx's view on this, how the Civil War was affecting England. The beginning of the conflict found British opinion divided. On the pro-Confederacy side were the aristocracy, which sympathized with the southern plantation owners and commercial interests, which hoped for cheaper raw materials, particularly cotton, from an independent South. On the pro-northern side were British liberals, who saw in the Civil War a struggle to preserve democracy, and the working class, which felt that the fate of free labor was at stake. Much of the London press, spearheaded by the influential Times, which Marx read assiduously, was pro-South. The British, led by Lord Palmerston, and Prime Minister Lord John Russell as foreign minister, leaned toward the Confederacy. This is like an interesting dynamic that I thought too, because as we read the counter-revolution of 1776, you know, England had abolished slavery prior to the United States. You know, the abolitionist sentiment in England was a driving force between the colonies and England. So much so that you have people like Rainer Shea or Midwestern Marx or whoever, calling those who recognize that fact apologists for the crown. And then less than 100 years later, you have, the elites of England just being like, well, hold on. Let's not get too hasty with the old slavery there. Maybe, we won't do it, but we'll certainly benefit from it. We'll make money off of it for sure.
Well, then, like,
it's the same way that there's like labor laws in the United States or in the enlightened West. There's these labor laws where we can't have kids working in mines, but the largest and most profitable companies are like, well, yeah, we'll pay children to go into the mines. We will make a lot of money off the children in the mines and the sweatshops and other just absolutely abhorrent practices, but we're too enlightened to have those here.
You're forgetting that should any of those countries where we pay those companies to have children go in the mines, should they actually have any kind of resistance towards making laws that prevent children from going into the mines, those people are fucking murdered. And we support their murderers. If not, we'll do it ourselves.
Yeah.
They converted it into indentured servitude, which lasted until 1902. Okay, but
I think it's a little bit of a semantic point.
No,
I'm not saying that you're incorrect or anything.
You are,
like that,
though. I will. Indentured servitude and slavery, chattel slavery, are not the same fucking thing, by any fucking means, under any circumstance. It is not.
Fucking do it again.
It is not. All right? And it really doesn't take much to differentiate the two, right?
Well, there you go. Sometimes I need Johnny to be my axe. You know what I mean? Because I'm so political where I'm always like, well, yeah, that makes sense. I understand why you would say that. But, I'm a little bit more on the side of, drawing from this conclusion. But I understand where you're coming from. I'm very diplomatic in my disagreements on many things.
But I heard C-SPAN caller asking for reparations. You mean he was being disingenuous? It depends. Was he a descendant of slaves?
Or slave owners.
Or indentured servitude. Oh, sorry, Irish reparations. The Irish get no reparations because they got the 40 acres and a mule that were originally intended for the freed slaves. Oh, we'll also read later about what kind of role the Irish had in the slave trade here in America and how they benefited from it economically as well. Oh yeah, they got to be cops, which at some point, actually wasn't a very cool thing to be doing, but it should also be, they abandoned all solidarity, and it should not be forgotten that cops started out as slave catchers, and if not slave catchers, you were the private army, Pinkertons, for oil barons. King Charles' direct descendant owned Virginian tobacco plantations and ordered hundreds of slaves. Keep your hands off the old plant. Jesus Christ. Okay. I think this is you, Pat.
No, I just did that one.
No, was it?
Yep.
Marx's first general in Britain, the American question in England.
No, you read this one is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Marx's first article on the debate in Britain, The American Question in England, published with some delay in the Tribune on October 11th, 1861, took up the attacks on the Union side from within the British establishment. However, as will be seen, the powerful liberal politicians Palmerston and Russell, as well as the Tory Benjamin Disraeli, all of whom came to advocate intervention on the side of the South, were stymied by dissent from labor and the intellectual public, as well as the opposition by other members of the dominant classes. In his article, Marx concedes that... Marx concedes that from the northern standpoint, the war has not been undertaken with a view to put down slavery, a fact often alluded to by British opponents of the Union.
Yeah. So, and this Palmerston guy, we've been talking about this guy since India. I don't know if you know about that. Since early in this book in India. This guy must have been a really prominent figure in like 1850s, 1860s.
He was the what the fuck is it? The prime minister, and also a gigantic fucking prick.
Yeah. Sounds like it. Okay. The South, however, not only confessed to fight for the liberty of enslaving others, but also made the right to own slaves into a core principle. The Confederate Congress boasted that its newfangled Constitution, the distinguished from the Constitution of the Washingtons, the Jeffersons, and the Adamses, had recognized for the first time slavery as a thing good in itself, a bulwark of civilization, and a divine institution. Marx also acknowledges that the North compromised with the South for 50 years, but he contends that by the late 1850s, the North began to rectify the aberrations and to return to the true principles of its development. This is what you were talking about earlier. This did get included, yeah.
Yeah. For 50 years, they compromised over and over again. And it's kind of interesting how, what political party does that sound like today?
Both of them?
Well, I mean, yes, they are pretty much like both like the same thing today, where one of them wants like trans people to be like eradicated and like, black people to pretty much be, legally able to be owned as slaves. And, the other one is like, well, we can come to a compromise about it.
Right. Prager, you tried to discredit Angela Davis for saying that she had slave-owning blood in her.
Which you can only reach those kind of conclusions by having just like no fucking understanding of history of slavery in America. Just none. Yeah. Just having like, done no fucking reading, no fucking research, not even in the fucking slightest. Party on the left, you could call it. No. It's not about like the left. It's the Democrats are, what would you call it, to the center, right, of basically like the fascist Republican Party today. But they're both involved in it. So it's just like, the whole thing becomes a fucking, mess. And I don't really feel like talking about that for another 25 fucking minutes. So back to this. He concludes this article by taking up Ireland, the English working class, and the slaveholding South as parts of a single economic system. English modern industry in general relied upon two pivots equally monstrous. The one was the potato as the only means of feeding Ireland and a great part of the English working class. This pivot was swept away by the potato disease and the subsequent Irish catastrophe. Mind you, we've watched videos where it wasn't as if Ireland had no other agriculture, but that crops produced other than the potato were being sent to England while the potato famine was going on in Ireland. A larger basis for the reproduction and maintenance of the toiling millions had then to be adopted. The second pivot of English industry was the slave-grown cotton of the United States. The present American crisis forces them to enlarge their field of supply and emancipate cotton from slave breeding and slave consuming oligarchies. As long as the English cotton manufacturers depended on slave grown cotton, it could be truthfully asserted that they rested on a twofold slavery: the indirect slavery of the white man in England and the direct slavery of the black man on the other side of the Atlantic, right? So that indirect slavery, right, of the white man is not chattel slavery. The slavery of the black man on the other side of the Atlantic and in the Caribbean, that is chattel slavery. Yes, it was one of the largest migrations prior to World War II, was the Irish mass migration, because the Irish population to this day still hasn't even recovered.
Mm-hmm. Which is crazy.
Yeah.
Which is so wild to think, because like I said before, overall, let's see, look, Earth population 1800, right? Around 1 billion people.
Right.
So, like, you got to think about that. We have a millennia of history, or over a millennia of human history, breeding, whatnot, what have you.
Making babies, coming.
Yeah.
Just pumping.
And by the 1800, which is not that long ago, 200 years ago, which is, infinitesimal to the overall span of human history.
Right.
We only had about 1 billion people. The unprecedented growth that accompanied agriculture, industry, medicine, sanitation, these things has been so severe. So you have this potato famine that happened in 1845 to 1849. So that's only a quarter of the way through this massive population boom. Right. It happens, and still from that already fractional population of that time, Ireland still hasn't recovered to this day, even with industry and sanitation and mechanized farming and all these things. That is so ridiculous in a modern world. It doesn't even really. It kind of boggles the mind that population was that severely decimated.
Yes, and we're not even talking about India. We're not even talking about what was done to the First Nations here in North America, right? We're not even talking about any of the other massive ethnic cleansings, right, that England had done in other parts of the world. Or what the Spanish or the Portuguese did. It's the D. Oh. Let me pause this wonderful little jammy.
This question came to us from Nicholas Anderson, who submitted it to the Ask Prof. Wolf page of the website rdwolf.com. The question asks, is there a Marxist analysis of the American Civil War? Well, the simple answer is yes, there is. But an even more intriguing answer is the reason I know we have a Marxist analysis of the American Civil War is that Karl Marx wrote one. And here's why. After Karl Marx left Germany as an exile and took up residence in London, where he lived most of his adult life, he needed to make money. Like most refugees who leave their home country, they're in troubled economic circumstances wherever they end up. So when he got to London, Karl Marx was looking for a way to make money. And for a number of years, he got a job as the London correspondent for a New York City newspaper. The World, it was called. And it was just at the time of the American Civil War. And he began to write a series of articles analyzing the American Civil War for that newspaper in New York. So we know what Marx thought about the Civil War because he told us. So let me try to summarize it very briefly. Marx's argument has to do with thinking that societies are importantly different in terms of how they organize production. The United States was an odd place in the middle of the 19th century because the northern part of it was organized around principles of capitalism. Employers, employees. Employers got the employee to work by paying the employee a wage. And the worker came to work, got the wage, and did the labor. The southern half of the United States was a completely different economic system called slavery. In that system, the people who do the work are the property of the people they do the work for, master and slave, which is a completely different system from employer-employee. Now, the two parts worked together. For example, in the North, there were a lot of factories that produced cotton textiles. Where did they get the cotton? From the American South, where slaves planted it, tended it, and picked the cotton, which was then shipped to the North. So the United States was a society that put together a capitalist system which lived off of a slave system, and that worked out for the early years of the United States, both as an independent country and before that as a colony of Great Britain. But then a problem arose. As the population grew, as the economy grew, they kept pushing the Native Americans further and further west.
Thank you, Sam.
When they didn't just kill them. And now the question was, who's going to control the new land taken from the Native Americans? Places like Kansas and Missouri and those parts of the country moving west. Then a fight developed. The North didn't want those to be slave areas. They wanted room for capitalism to grow. The South had the opposite view. We want room for our system, slavery, to grow. And that put the two who had been cooperating against each other, and eventually they went to war. And it was a war in which the North said, we are going to get rid of this problem once and for all by getting rid of the slave system. And here's the interesting thing. It really was about systems, because the key thing done by Abraham Lincoln as part of the Civil War was the Emancipation Proclamation, in which he declared that there is no longer any slavery, that the government of the United States will not enforce slavery, that slavery becomes illegal. An amendment to the Constitution was in fact passed to make it illegal. And in that way, the North destroyed the slave economy of the South by removing the slavery that was at its foundation. And for those that are interested, Marx found it doubly interesting that no compensation was basically paid to the slave owners. They lost their property. They had bought those slaves. They lost them because in freeing the slave, you destroyed the wealth of the slave system. And there was a system then, a kind of revolution in which capitalism overthrew the very slavery it had cooperated with. So Marx's analysis focuses on the class transformation, how the South was militarily forced into the capitalism that it has been ever since.
Nice little summary that I just jammed in there. I found it online, a couple minutes that went over this specifically. I didn't even know where exactly to put it. I just found some lag in the presentation that didn't have a video for a couple slides, and I just put it in there. So
that's good. It's good.
Yeah.
You know, it is mildly interesting that he does bring up the 13th Amendment, which, as we all know, says at the very end of it, except as punishment for a crime, right? Yeah, exactly, Wilco. And terms and conditions may apply. So here's the thing, Wilco. Do you know the date, just off the top of your head, that Abraham Lincoln was assassinated? Oh, spoilers.
420.
Would have been really funny if he was. It's fairly recent. Come on, chat. Tell me, when was Abraham Lincoln assassinated? No, it was not April 9th. All right. He was assassinated April 15th, 1865.
It was almost 420.
I know. Almost. If only Wilkes Booth could have waited just less than a week. When was the 13th Amendment ratified? Any guesses? Not soon enough. All right, I'll tell you. It was ratified December 6th, 1865. So that is about roughly close to a year, over 6 months, right? I'm not good at math. Don't ask me. So the point is that, while he did do the Emancipation Proclamation, I don't think he had any oversight as to, that last part at the end, except as punishment for a crime. Had Lincoln not been assassinated, who knows? Maybe that part could have, been done away with, but like everything else, we'll get to in this chapter, a lot of things didn't really go the way everybody thought they were going to go.
Baldwin's goes, where I love that you brought that quote there. Can you just tell me where you got it from? Because I love this when like there's actually been people, I think maybe of like the PragerU, Daily Wire ilk that try to say that like they try to say that like slavery isn't even that good of an economic system or something like that. Like they try to downplay it.
It's like that is literally like the driving force of like the early fucking, industrial economy was slavery.
I think they were trying to say that it wasn't that important to the United States. Like, I think they're able to rehabilitate the reputation of the United States if they can just be like slavery. Yeah, it was a thing that they were doing down there. They like to say how many people. They're like, did you know that only like 1,000 people owned slaves? And it's like, yeah, did you know like only like 1,000 people make $1 billion? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, these things are still like massively influential to the entire country.
So you're saying only a few people owned like a quarter of the population? Is that really the W you think it is? Like,
that's exactly what I'm saying. So they find these really like sleight of hand type of ways to try to rhetorically downplay the central influence of slavery in the United States,
right.
So that they can like when somebody tries to impugn them or just impugn the project of the United States as being built upon genocide and slavery, they can kind of hand wave and be like, hey, there's like 1,000 people. It wasn't even that good of an economic system. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, no, it's Mississippi, Admiral Lochnar. Like, I think they literally were finding people that still had slaves in like Alabama or like, Louisiana in like 2007.
Bloomberg, very nice. Thank you. All right, awesome. Thank you, Baldwin's Ghost. I just wanted to source for that
Also,
because
slavery
it's something that I've heard come up that irritates me.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Powerful Finger. I mean, like, no, it's laughable to think that it wasn't profitable and that like they weren't so committed that they would literally wage a civil war in the name of it, right? Whatever. Is this slide you or me?
Have you ever heard like the? Okay, we can just move forward.
No. Have I ever heard of what?
Like the wage slave perspective that kind of says that like it was economically advantageous for plantation owners to free the slaves in a sense because it's more expensive to house and feed a slave than it is to pay the meager wages of a free man.
What the? I'm sorry, I totally got distracted by chat. Could you repeat that? It was about like wage slavery, right?
I've heard people say that it's like, oh, it was economically like slavery would have ended one way or the other with the advent of wage slavery because it's actually more economically viable to hire wage employees to work your plantation than it is to house and feed slaves because you're essentially free of all responsibility whatsoever, that you can pay them a less than subsistence wage and not be responsible for anything and just keep them for 8 hours or more a day, and then they can sleep on the streets, they can die, it doesn't matter because you're just going to replace them the next day with another willing employee. I understand that there's probably a ton of issues with that, but I've heard people say that almost I think I've heard this as a Marxist take, even as a criticism of capitalism, that says like, and I think they talk about this in the book, like this concept of wage slavery. Like, is wage slavery, is that, in probably many ways, that's an insensitive term towards the victims of chattel slavery. But also, it does also kind of knock down a peg the system of capitalism because it's like, yeah, you act like this is such a massive step up from slavery, but is it really?
So why do we still have slave labor in prisons? Sorry, I meant prison labor.
I mean, prison labor has to account for some infinitesimally small portion of the labor pool.
Oh, let's see.
I mean, the population of prisoners in the United States is so low, right? There's 2 million people, so there's, what I mean? Like, I just can't see how that really, that can't have that massive of an effect.
Nationally, incarcerated workers produce more than $2 billion per year in goods and more than $9 billion per year in services for the maintenance of the prisons. More than 80% of the prison laborers do prison maintenance work, which offsets the cost of our bloated prison system. Yeah, about $2 billion per year.
But do you think in a national budget sense that's like moving the needle a lot?
Well,
I'm not saying that I'm saying that there's people that can capitalize all of that can make a ton of money. I'm not saying that they cannot. I'm saying I understand there's a privatized prison industry and everything like that. I'm just putting it out there that if we only have 2 million prisoners in the United States, there's only much
2 billion.
There's only 2 million prisoners in the United States.
All right. So even if there is
which is the largest prison population by population per capita and by sheer number in the entire world. So I'm not trying to say that that's like not a lot or anything like that. Like I'm not trying to I'm not trying to say that it's not. I'm just trying to say in a country that has 300 million people on it, the 2 million people, we're dealing with, fractions of a percent at that point.
Right.
And I'm not trying to say that this isn't a problem, that it shouldn't be rectified. I literally just did a whole report on mass incarceration. I think it's abominable. I think it should be abolished.
Right.
Private prisons should be abolished. Prison reform, there should be sweeping prison reform, 100%. I'm just going back to the original. Maybe I'm playing devil's advocate a bit on this wage slavery concept.
A little bit, because I'm going to follow it up with questions regarding if I were to be talking to someone who thinks that slave labor, blah, 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 it would have eventually been phased out, even though we continue to have, prison labor that is basically free. The point is the purpose that it serves, right?
Can I give you a counter to this? So while we may have the 2 million essentially slave laborers in the United States, in the largest, let's take Africa, for example. Okay. These are wage workers more than they are slaves, correct? Right. At least in very literal terms. I'm not trying to say, because I would say that many of the conditions that exist in the Congo are slave-like. I would say that, but doesn't that lend credence to this concept of wage slavery?
I think that you need to ask yourself, what is the purpose of the prison in the first place, right? I mean, what is the purpose of the prison in the first place? Is it not to prevent, right, an uprising? Is it not to prevent, a sort of upheaval that, occurs, at least once every generation now between, black communities in America and communities abroad? Do we not use the wage system as that carrot to, make people think that they can get their way out of poverty?
But what I'm saying is that why isn't that being applied in the most repressed victims of capitalism?
What do you mean?
For exploitation, like in the Congo.
What, the prison system? Because we can just kill them. I mean, not that we don't do that here. I mean, it's not to the same degree.
Very advantageously abusing them with a wage, could be considered wage slavery that doesn't require the outright bondage. That and there is many ways that there is an invisible bondage, and I'm not trying to take away from that. I'm saying that that's very real. But I guess it's I'm conflicted on this concept of wage slavery, because in one sense I find it very offensive to victims of slavery.
I think it is.
Victims of slavery. But I also see that the victims of wage slavery in the Congo are suffering very similar, while under capitalism, this supposedly benevolent system that has raised so many out of poverty. And I'm not telling you anything. I know you understand what I'm saying. I'm just saying that what benefit has the transition to wages afforded people of the Congo or of Bangladesh and things like that?
Right. Well, I mean, here's the other thing is that you can't just put these people in bondage. I guess you could argue because of literal just, geopolitical optics. Would the rest of the world, stand to allow something like that?
I'm sorry, could stand to allow something like what?
Us just literally just putting all the people in Guatemala or in the Congo in chains and being all right, and get to work.
Yeah.
Whereas as far as optics goes, what is easier to accomplish?
Because you can say that it's their fault.
Right. You can say that, well, no, this is just the free market.
But doesn't that add credence to the concept of wage slavery, though?
I think that one is
that it's beneficial to bonded kind of slavery?
I think it's like a gross
beneficial from the exploiter is what I'm saying.
Well, this
That's
is
what
like
I mean.
this is like arguing that like, you know, the American Revolution was progressive.
Is it a preferential arrangement for the exploiter to have wage slavery over chattel slavery? That's really the entire question that I'm pondering right now.
I would say no.
Okay. So you're saying that like if it was up to the cruelest desires of the exploiting class, that they would opt for a chattel slavery in terms of economic advantage over wage slavery.
100%.
If they could do it like without any of the optical issues.
100%.
Okay. I can't say that you're wrong. I have feelings that like there might be. I can't say that you're wrong. And I don't agree with one side or the other. I'm just kind of like entertaining this concept.
I think it's just a matter of like one is able to operate kind of almost independently on its own, you know, by having like, you know, sort of comprador governments set up around the world and using wage slavery as a system where it's almost like they're infected with cordyceps where they just kind of like do it like zombies almost, like, you know, slaves to capital, wage slavery, you know, whereas the other one is, you know, kind of just like far more brutal, far more, you know, maximizing of profit, you know, at the cost of human bodies. I pay $7 an hour and it's your problem to figure out how to live.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like if you have a slave, you have to feed them enough to work. Whereas with wage labor, I mean, but then but now we're comparing two different things. It's not just monetary, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know, especially for the experience of, and the lived experience of the slave versus the wage worker, where like, even though one's maybe requires less of a payment, the slave is still a captive. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So it's like, you know, they may make more. Their budget might require more than the $7 that you give to a wage laborer, but their experience of life is that of a captive,
right?
Which you can't really economically quantify.
Seems like a good reason to abolish both.
Yeah, that's really. I mean, yeah. Well, the real reason I'm talking about this is because, like, you know, is that a valid criticism of capitalism, aka wage labor, which is generally exalted as the saving grace of slavery, that like we no longer have to like deal with these barbaric institutions of slavery because now we have the gift of wage labor capitalism. And it's like, is that the miracle that it's made out to be, when wage slavery seems to be a relatively similar system of barbarism.
I just thought about how interesting it is that we're kind of caught up on this, because this is literally like, I think the progression of Karl Marx's thought throughout this book and throughout his life is that, like, at one point he believed in like the progressive nature of wage slavery or capitalism, right? Of industry, right? Versus, like, you know, the barbarism of feudalism, of you know, of slavery, of bondage, right? And how, like, inherently, you know, one kind of grows out of the other, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you go, like, look at any of the countries that we've talked about in Killing Hope, right? And tell me where they weren't held as slaves by another European nation and had their labor extracted, you know, without a wage. You know what I mean? Right? And then slowly but surely it turns into either them trying to liberate themselves, right? And then, you know, that liberation being halted by a Western power, right? Or being brought into the fold, right, of wage capitalism, right? And having pretty much like the same process happen, but, you know, under this wage system where natural resources are extracted at the cost of cheap labor from these people.
You know what you're saying, that they are equatable.
I think one is an outgrowth of the other.
Does that mean they're not equatable?
Like, what do you mean by like equatable?
Again, in the context of when I say wage labor, I mean capitalism in effect. You know what I mean? Because this is what is championed as from the proponents of capitalism as like the far more like, and I'm not even saying just like by a small margin, by a light years of like, you know, light years of ethical progress.
I mean, like, that's like a philosophical discussion, in my opinion, you know, and I think that, like, we're not obviously going to come down to, like, you know, an answer because obviously people are still debating it. People that, like, you know, have probably researched this far more than we have, right? Or that we could accomplish, you know, within, like, you know, the next 2 hours. But I still think that chattel slavery is inherently more barbarous, right? Even the slavery that America practiced, right?
No, but is it more profitable?
Is it more profitable? I really don't know. I don't have that kind of data, and I feel like if you're going to ask a question about like which one is more profitable, that's going to require a lot more data than just like, you know, what my opinion is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, but we were speculating on like what is the food, water, shelter. You know, obviously we don't have data in front of us, but it's an interesting discussion to have as we talk about this kind of like progression of economic systems and which is more benevolent, and is there such thing as a more benevolent situation as is purported by many champions of the American project.
Right, and it's just like, where is most of the slave population in the U.S. today?
Yeah,
right.
And like, listen, is wage labor simply a more efficient form of exploitation? Is it more efficient, or is it less efficient, but buttressed by morality? Is like my question here. Like, were these plantation owners and slavers and these people, is this a downgrade for them because of the moral weight that is pushing against their barbaric system? Or is it just like a way that they could even like kind of like stealthily you know, give in to the demands of like the moral outrage while also being as exploitational, if not more?
Well, I mean, like we've talked about many times, even after, you know, slavery was abolished in the U.S., they simply just recaptured the same people for, you know, bullshit crimes like vagrancy, homelessness, right? Not having a job, right? Brought them back into the prisons and then brought them back to the same fields, right? They were working as slaves, but as sharecroppers.
It's like slavery with extra steps.
Pretty much. It's like slavery with extra steps, except for the fact that, like, you know, their children, you know, aren't, like, you know, directly sold at market.
Which obviously gives it that makes it unquestionable in my sense, like obviously the ethical dimensions of this dichotomy. Obviously, right. Chattel slavery is innumerably more abominable than wage slavery, if you want to call it wage slavery.
I mean, but it's still due to capitalism at the end of the day. It's not as if like slavery. It's not as if chattels. Right, people are a commodity, but it still required a larger system of capital to exist for it to even be a thing, for the child to be sold at market.
Right, but chattel slavery is generally referred to as like a different portion of the economic progressions, right? They say like there was slavery, then there was feudalism, then there was capitalism. But like I think that fails to recognize what you brought up is that under capitalism, when people are just being bought and sold as a commodity, that is a direct function and a necessary component of capitalism.
Right. People still, and it's still happening. People still sell their bodies, you know, and no matter what, like, you know, way you want to try and dress it up or put lipstick on it, at the end of the day, people are still forced to sell their bodies. Still forced to, like, you know, we literally have fucking Arkansas with what the fuck's her name, like, bringing back child labor. So, like, please fucking tell me how capitalism, right, especially, like, if America is supposed to be the fucking gold standard of capitalism, please fucking tell me why the fuck that's happening. Why were we bringing back child labor?
Yeah.
Wilka says they definitely still saw that the former exploitative forces couldn't be immediately abolished, that there needed to be some transition. I don't even think there was like a transition. I think it was a complete abandonment, right?
For the mines.
They yearn for the mines. They're on that Minecraft all day. Their little bodies are perfect for HVAC work.
That was one of the funniest memes in the past 6 months.
Yeah.
They yearn for the mines. But yeah, I think that was a fun little discussion. We can move forward.
No, it definitely was. And like I said, I think it's very, at the heart of like this book, or is where we discuss something that's actually pretty similar to what Carl is experiencing in that time. So is this you or me?
I'll take it.
All right.
In a letter to Marx of May 12, 1862, Engels laments the indolence and indifference throughout the North, where amongst the people, is there any revolutionary energy? In a letter of July 30th, Engels goes further, writing that the Union's overall lack of progress would encourage some form of rotten compromise with the Confederacy. He deplores the Union's failure to come out clearly against slavery and to conduct the war along revolutionary lines. This, plus the greater talent and energy on the Confederate side, looked ominous. He concludes, Engels was to some extent reflecting the views of other German socialists, as can be seen in Marx's letter to Engels from the same day. Marx complains that LaSalle, who was staying with him in London, was totally dismissive of the Union cause. As to America, it's totally uninteresting. The Yankees have no ideas. Individual freedom is only a negative idea, etc. And other old decaying speculative rubbish of the same sort.
Sounds like Grom.
What's that?
It sounds like Grom. I don't fucking care what Americans think.
This is an interesting thing because, like, obviously Marx is very, like, after the French Revolution, Marx is constantly looking for the next phase. So he's getting hyped about Poland. He's getting hyped about India. He's getting hyped about Indonesia. Where can this come up? So now the United States is like his next kind of like, oh, this could be it. This could be the next chapter in the revolutionary emancipation of the worker. And there's other people like Engels and whoever LaSalle is being like, maybe not, because they are recognizing that, like, is this revolution or is this conflict really underpinned by revolutionary sentiment? And I mean, I think we know the answer to that now, is that there really wasn't, at least not as significant enough for any kind of like lasting change. But Marx was quite optimistic about it.
Right. I think like, people like Village, right? Who, that guy that dueled Marx, he literally went to America to go fight in the Civil War to be like, I'm going to make it a fucking people's revolution.
Right.
Marx makes his criticism of Engels explicit in a letter dated August 7th. I do not entirely share your views on the American Civil War. I do not believe that it is all up. The Northerners have been dominated from the beginning by the representatives of the border slave states who pushed McClellan, the old partisan of Breckinridge, to the top. The South, on the other hand, acted as a unit from the beginning. In my view, all this will take another turn. The North will finally wage war seriously, adopt revolutionary methods, and overthrow the domination of the border slave statesmen. A single N-word regiment would have a remarkable effect on Southern nerves if Lincoln does not give way, which, however, he will. There will be a revolution. The long and short of the story seems to me to be that a war of this kind must be conducted in a revolutionary way, whereas the Yankees have been trying so far to conduct it constitutionally.
So
You're not getting me today, Wilco.
Karl Marx using the N-word.
By the way, is the second slide the end of this?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
In the block quote above, the term N-word regiment is written in English in the middle of a German sentence. This is an instance of Marx using what today would be considered a very racist phrase to make an equally strong anti-racist point. Ironically, it is here that Marx makes his strongest case to date on the issue of black troops, not only for military reasons, but also for political and psychological ones. This letter is also remarkable for its unusually sharp expression of differences with Engels. This, on on a subject where Marx had previously deferred to his friend's expertise, military strategy.
So, a little bit of context there, I guess you could call it. And it is interesting that, you're writing entirely in German and then in English, you just decide to stick that word in there. Kind of makes me, and I don't want to run apology. Me, guys, I'm very critical of the people who I consider, inspirational in many ways. And I think, not to run cover on somebody doing that, but I think that there is maybe some credence to, like, he might not have just had a real idea of the context of that word if he was just reading about American history. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean, like we were kind of talking about before, we started the stream.
Bit of Tarantino.
Like, Marx, as far as I'm aware of, didn't have any American friends and never spent any time in America. And I don't think is going to have, like, the kind of
nuance.
Yeah, the, like, context for that term for black people in America.
And I'm not just saying that out of nowhere. I'm saying that because we're finding that word stuck into what is, like, an otherwise very progressive kind of statement.
Yeah.
Regarding the position of black people in the United States, that, like, if you had some friend that was completely, like, I don't know.
Marx
like,
didn't have a black friend.
Yeah.
All right? It's that simple.
Come on, Jack.
Unless we are to believe certain theorists that Marx was actually black himself.
Right.
And that,
a swarthy individual of sorts.
He was just, using a terms that he was already familiar with. But, like, with a soft A.
In August 1862, Marx publishes several critiques of Lincoln's failure to abolish slavery. At the same time, Marx's overall tone remains one of confidence in the Union over the long haul, both militarily and politically. In an article entitled Criticism of the American Affairs that appeared in De Presse on August 9th, he notes the pressure building on Lincoln. New England and the Northwest, which, remember, this is like the Midwest at this junction of the United States, which had supplied the main body of troops, are determined to force the government to wage the war in a revolutionary manner and to inscribe abolition of slavery on the Star-Spangled Banner as a battle slogan. Up till now, we have witnessed only the first act of the Civil War, waging the war constitutionally. The second act, waging the war in a revolutionary manner, is at hand. This might be Marx's first L on his assessment of the Civil War, because I don't think that revolutionary manner ever came.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and
like,
we're going to watch a video on Reconstruction and how Reconstruction was kind of a disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
And did very little to actually unseat the, like, slave plantation owning oligarchs. It really just kind of gave them a new avenue to exert their power.
It was pretty catastrophic. So, before I read this, can we, like, break for a minute for me to, like, microwave my food after I'm done reading this?
Of course.
All right. So, Mark,
when's the next video?
Right after this one.
There you go.
All right. So you want me to hit play and then just, like, walk away?
Yeah.
All right.
Of course, I do it all the time.
All right. Marx's next article, Abolitionist Demonstrations in America, published in Die Presse on August 30th, 1962, offered his strongest public critique of Lincoln. He quotes at length a speech by the radical abolitionist Wendell Phillips, whom Marx describes as follows. For 30 years, unremittingly and in danger of his life, he has proclaimed the emancipation of the slaves as his battle cry. Regardless equally of the mockery, persiflage of the press, the enraged howls of the paid rowdies, and the conciliatory remonstrances of worried friends. He has acknowledged, even by his opponents, to be one of the greatest orators of the North, combining an iron character with powerful energy and a purist conviction.
There you go. So this is the guy Wendell Phillips here. Is a short video about him. Very hard to find videos on this. I think this is
in 1836 by William Lloyd Garrison.
It's like one of the only.
He even gave up law school to focus his full attention.
Sorry, please keep going.
Yeah, no, I said what I had to say. It's kind of like a shitty video, but there's not many about this guy. And I have to pee also, so I'm gonna run away also.
Okay,
chat. You're gonna be unattended for about 30 seconds. Don't do anything that we would disapprove of. You have 30 seconds. I expect you to be on your best behavior.
Please don't make us regret this. Wait, fucking, there we go.
My reformer is Wendell Phillips. Wendell Phillips was an abolitionist. He was recruited to the cause in 1836 by William Lloyd Garrison. He even gave up law school to focus his full attention to the abolitionist movement. His methods included common things like public speeches or joining organizations like the Anti-Slavery Society. He wrote the essay No Union for Slaveholders, in which he accuses slavery of being unconstitutional and that it is impossible for free enslaved states to unite peacefully. He also boycotted goods that were produced by slavery, such as cotton clothing and cane sugar. But there was a time where he and a few other members of the Anti-Slavery Society even went as far to attempt to break a fugitive slave out of prison. Phillips had great success in the abolitionist movement. He and William Lloyd Garrison partnered up and were basically the ones who started the abolitionist movement. Their actions paved the way for the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which would do away with slavery altogether. However, it also helped to kindle the flames that would become the Civil War. Things that made Phillips stand out is his all-out dedication to the abolitionist cause. He quit law school to devote his time to the movement. As stated earlier, he went to great lengths for his beliefs, even as far as to break someone out of jail. Another interesting thing is that during the times leading up to the Civil War, he openly welcomed the formation of the Confederacy. He claimed that if those who support slavery secede from the Union, then his dream of a United States that's free of slavery will have been accomplished. I'd say that Phillips found his goal through a mix of fanatical and impractical means, but leaning more towards the impractical. Quitting law school to devote your entire time to a movement such as abolitionism is already pretty obsessive. However, if you get to the point of breaking someone else out of jail and being willing to say goodbye to half of your country for your goals, is taking it to the next level. The work and accomplishments of Wendell Phillips and his associates caused not only a civil war, but it also destroyed the idea of slavery in the United States. But he didn't stop there. He wanted to see African Americans, Native Americans, and women have equal rights in society. His work led to the right to vote for African Americans and anyone regardless of race. He also became an inspiration for suffrage movements in the future for African American rights and women's rights.
Oh, Maverick, thank you so much for the donation to Books Through Bars. Very, very, very appreciated. Well, that's the end of the video. We are at the mercy of Johnny returning before we can continue this here presentation. Oh, man, he's there already.
Did they do anything bad?
Somebody said capitalism is cool. And then they said, I'm so sorry.
All right, they're
They
getting
also
banned.
said New Jersey streamers are ew.
New Jersey streamers at you? Come on, Red Wizard. I would have expected something better than that. David fell asleep. Alright, fucking... Where are we at? Alright, is this you or me?
I'll take it. So the bulk of Marx's article consists of his translation into German of a long quotations from the speech where Phillips stated, I do not say that McClellan is a traitor, but I say this, that if he had been a traitor from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, he could not have served the South better than he has done since he was commander-in-chief. You and I are never going to see peace. We are never going to see the possibility of putting the army of this nation, whether it be made up of 19 or 34 states, on a peace footing until slavery is destroyed. As long as you keep a tortoise, Lincoln, at the head of the government, you are digging a pit with one hand and filling it with the other. I know Lincoln. I have taken his measure in Washington. He is a first-rate, second-rate man. This dude is like the ultimate, just like a diss track, saying that, yeah. And this is funny because this is Marx actually quoting this, and like it's become kind of popular, I would say, over the past 5 or 7 years to like make like funny, Vice style videos. Have been like, did you know that Marx and Lincoln were actually best friends and pals and like thought each other were totally awesome and wrote each other letters all the time?
Yeah, I love it when people are like, oh, they try to act as if like Marx had like correspondence with Lincoln that was like always positive. Meanwhile, it's like up until like the Emancipation Proclamation, like Marx was like, he fucking sucks.
I think it was a little bit more nuanced than that. I think he was like, I think he kind of had like, support for him, but also criticisms of him not actually having the revolutionary character that was necessary for this thing to be followed through on.
What happened? Oh, forget it. So, in fact, events in the North were beginning to move in the direction advocated by Marx, Engels, and Phillips. The Union's narrow but important victory at the Battle of Antietam on September 17, 1862, forced the Confederate forces to give up their invasion of Maryland and retreat to Virginia. On September 22nd, less than a week later, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, which was to free all slaves held in rebel states as of January 1st, 1863. Buoyed by these events, Marx in October 12th Die Presse article entitled On Events in North America, thank you, I love you, writes triumphantly that the short campaign in Maryland has decided the fate of the American Civil War.
And it's so funny, there's just a hand coming in from the side of the screen, just like, here's the spices, here's the napkins.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to mute this.
Just go forward, there's a video about Antietam. Apparently this one's important.
Well, if you knew your Civil War history, you know.
I don't. That's why I need this video here.
In September 1862, General Robert E. Lee marched his army, now called the Army of Northern Virginia, into Maryland. His plan was to march north of Washington and draw Union troops away from the capital. As Lee's army marched north through Maryland, General George McClellan moved his army to follow him, always staying between Lee's army and the capital. McClellan's forces numbered 80,000 men. On September 13th, in an amazing stroke of luck, Union soldiers found Lee's secret orders wrapped around 3 cigars in a field. The orders revealed Lee's strategies and plans. McClellan now knew the size, location, and movements of Lee's army, and he would use it against him. On September 17, 1862, McClellan's Army of the Potomac attacked Lee's Army of Northern Virginia near Sharpsburg, Maryland. Over 100,000 men clashed for control of the cornfields, sunken roads, and bridges outside the town and along the Antietam Creek. The battle was one of the bloodiest of the Civil War, and the Battle of Antietam still stands as the bloodiest day in American history. At 3 different positions on the battlefield, Union forces assaulted Confederate defenses, resulting in devastating losses for both armies. The battle began when Union forces, under the command of General Joseph Hooker, attacked Confederate batteries under the command of General Stonewall Jackson. Jackson's forces counterattacked through a cornfield. As the battle continued, Union forces assaulted Confederate troops that had fortified themselves in the sunken road. Fighting was fierce, and the position was difficult to take. Finally, the rebels were driven from their positions, and the sunken road becomes known as Bloody Lane, as bodies lay 2 to 3 deep. Then, as the day went on, Union forces
better not
under
be
the command
TOS.
of General Ambrose Burnside attempt to take a stone bridge that crosses the Antietam Creek. Confederate gunners shoot down from the heights on the opposite side of the creek. After multiple attempts, Burnside's men take the bridge and then run into Confederate reinforcements under A.P. Hill's command. Burnside's men were forced back. Despite the intense fighting, neither side gained any significant ground, and the day ended in a stalemate. However, Lee had lost a quarter of his men, forcing him to retreat from Sharpsburg and return to Virginia, giving up on his plans to invade the North. In all, over 132,000 men fought in the Battle of Antietam. Union troops, under the command of General George McClellan, suffered over 12,000 casualties, including over 2,100 killed, over 9,500 wounded, and over 700 missing or captured. Confederate troops, under the command of General Robert E. Lee, suffered over 10,000 casualties, including over 1,500 killed, over 7,700 wounded, and over 1,000 missing or captured. So why did this battle matter? The Battle of Antietam effectively ended the Confederate invasion of the North. Lee's plans to invade the North and attack Washington, D.C. were ended when he suffered devastating losses at Antietam. Lee couldn't afford the losses and was forced to return to Virginia. A Confederate victory could have convinced England to intervene in the war and recognize the Confederacy as an independent nation. With Lee's defeat, the British government decided to stay out of the conflict, and the South missed a major opportunity. General George McClellan's failure to pursue Lee's retreating army and crush it led to his dismissal as commander of the Army of the Potomac. After the battle, Lee's forces were in full retreat. President Lincoln, eager to end the war, ordered McClellan to pursue Lee, attack his forces, and destroy the rebel army. McClellan, overly hesitant as usual, refused to follow the orders. This insubordination allowed Lee to escape and consolidate his forces so they could fight on. Infuriated, President Lincoln traveled to Sharpsburg to view the battlefield and talk with McClellan in person. Shortly after, Lincoln relieved McClellan of command for good. By December 1862, it was evident that the Civil War would be a long and bloody conflict. Tens of thousands were dead, yet neither side held an advantage in the war. And still, the worst was yet to come.
McClellan was a bitch.
I refuse to elaborate further.
I will not be told otherwise.
We will not condone McClellan apologia in this chat.
Seriously, McClellan, in my opinion, I think was a traitor like the entire time. Now Washington was out of danger, and France and Britain would give up their plans to recognize the Confederacy, he concludes. On Lincoln, he writes, "Nevertheless, in world history, reason does not conquer. Reason does conquer, more important than the Maryland campaign and Lincoln's proclamation. The figure of Lincoln is sui generis in the annals of history. No initiative, no idealistic eloquence, no buskin, no historic drapery. He always presents the most important act in the most insignificant form possible. Others, when dealing with the square feet of land, proclaim it a struggle for ideas. Lincoln, even when he is dealing with ideas, proclaims their square feet. The most awesome decrees that he hurls at the enemy, which will always remain historically remarkable, all resemble, and are intended to resemble, the trite summonses that one lawyer sends to an opposing lawyer."
This is a long quote. If you go forward one, it keeps going.
Son of a bitch. His most recent proclamation, the Emancipation Proclamation, the most significant document in American history since the founding of the Union, and one which tears up the old American Constitution, bears that same character. Lincoln is not the offspring of a people's revolution. The ordinary play of the electoral system, unaware of the great tasks it was destined to fulfill, bore him to the summit, a plebeian, a man who made his way from stone splitter to senator in Illinois, a man without intellectual brilliance, without special greatness of character, without exceptional importance, an average man of goodwill, just a fucking dumb, stupid piece of shit, worthless, never was gonna amount to anything. Never has the new world scored a greater victory than in the demonstration that, with its political and social organization, average men of goodwill suffice to do that which in the old world would have required heroes to do. Hegel once remarked that in reality, comedy is above tragedy, the humor of reason above its pathos. If Lincoln does not possess the pathos of historical action, he does, as an average man of the people, possess its humor.
So yeah, I think that's probably the most concrete depiction of Lincoln that you're going to get out of Marx. You can probably just read that if you want to know what he really thought of him, kind of get the ups and downs of who Lincoln was and what he meant to the Civil War.
You're a dumb, ordinary, fucking worthless piece of shit. But the things you do are great.
But God damn it, we needed you. All right, let's go forward. Nope. So, short video on the Emancipation Proclamation.
There we go.
The South had 4 million slaves who were vital in sustaining the Confederate war effort. Although Lincoln had always said a president had no constitutional right to attack slavery, the war had changed all that. As commander-in-chief, he could act out of military necessity.
It doesn't represent a change in his own morality. He says this is a war measure because slaves are essential for the South's war effort. If we can encourage slaves to leave the Southern lines and come to our lines, we will reduce their capacity to make war. And it also comported with his own wish to see all men everywhere free.
In an office of the War Department, Lincoln asked for some paper, saying he wanted to write something special. He then sat down and began writing the Emancipation Proclamation.
He would look out the window a while, then put down a line or two, and then sit quiet for a few minutes. Major Thomas Eckert, War Department.
Lincoln wrote this way for several weeks, adding and revising each day, asking Major Eckert to keep it under lock and key. By late July, Lincoln was ready to show it to his cabinet. The proclamation said that in any state still in rebellion by the start of 1863, all slaves would be declared forever free. Lincoln was careful not to upset the slave-holding border states. The proclamation did not free slaves in Union-held areas, but it did encourage Southern slaves to flee the plantation.
He was
Gottmeister spoiling it right before they say
He
it.
was a political and military strategist. And he wanted that emancipation to be couched for the American people in terms of saving the Union. Because he knew that issuing it as a gesture toward eventual equality or certainly toward abolition
Pause it
was
real
going to
quick.
be very unpopular.
Just to go off what they just said and what Duttmeister said here. So the Emancipation Proclamation didn't even free the slaves in the Union. It just encouraged the slaves from the South to come to the Union. Because I'm pretty sure Duttmeister said it, and then they pretty much said the same thing, that it didn't even free the slaves in the Union. Can you just go back like 10 or 15 seconds? There you go.
It's kind of like the Spanish in Florida.
Yeah.
Were like, if you can escape the 13 colonies or whatever, the northern British colonies, and come here, you'll be free, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to the black people in our colonies in the Caribbean and shit, no, you're still a slave.
Right. True. Yeah, that is a good comparison. Let me just hear this again, though.
You got it.
As brilliant a public relations strategist as he was.
By late July, Lincoln was ready to show it to his cabinet. The proclamation said that in any state still in rebellion by the start of 1863, all slaves would be declared forever free. Lincoln was careful not to upset the slave-holding border states. The proclamation did not free slaves in Union-held areas, but it did encourage Southern slaves to flee the plantation.
Yep,
He was
there it is.
as brilliant a public relations strategist as he was a political and military strategist. And he wanted that emancipation to be couched for the American people in terms of saving the Union. Because he knew that issuing it as a gesture toward eventual equality, or certainly toward abolition, was going to be very unpopular and could bring down the Northern government.
That's so wild. Like the way
Yeah.
that Lincoln and the Emancipation Proclamation are perceived.
Today?
I feel like that's an interesting detail that isn't really brought up very often.
Yeah. I'm well aware. I've been in
right.
many an argument with a history professor.
During this period, after the setbacks for Lincoln's Republican Party in November 1862 congressional elections, Engels returned to his previous criticisms in a letter to Marx of November 5th, giving a pessimistic view. The successes of the Democrats at the polls proved that the party that is weary of war is growing. If only there were some evidence, some indication that the masses in the North were beginning to act as in France in 1792 and 1793, everything would be splendid. While the Republicans lost some seats in those elections in New York and the Midwest, Lincoln retained a strong majority in the House of Representatives and overwhelming one in the Senate. And there's the specific numbers in there as well. Engels continues to question like the actual like revolutionary nature of the Civil War, or like the Union side of the Civil War.
Yeah, because nobody in like, fucking New York or Pennsylvania or any of these other places is like, hey, you know what? While we're at it, we should overthrow the government,
Yeah.
Marx does not reply to Engels immediately, instead sending 2 desperate letters asking for money. One for the Marx family, and the other for his friend that's a German worker colleague in London. In his reply of November 15th, when he once again sent the money, Engels continues their debate over the Civil War, as against Marx's view that Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was a turning point. Engels retorts that the only apparent effect of Lincoln's emancipation so far is that the Northwest has voted Democrat for fear of being overrun by Negroes, or the German word for Negroes.
I wouldn't even say it, to be honest.
I don't think I should.
Those first 5 letters phonetically
nah.
make a sound that I don't think is worth trying to pronounce.
No, I'm not. Wilco is not going to get me on this.
What the fuck is wrong with the German language? Like, how do you take the word Negro and add
like 5 syllables?
Yeah, like what is the benefit of that? You know who really has it figured out? The Vietnamese language. Every word is a single syllable. It is not a multi-syllabic language.
Yeah.
They have figured out how to efficiently dominate.
If it can't be said in one syllable, is it even worth fucking saying?
Yeah, it's even worth saying. Yeah.
So, in a letter of November 17th, however, Marx replies at some length, arguing that, quote, in every revolutionary movement, there is a sort of reaction that challenges its forward movement at crucial junctures. Here's setting examples from the French Revolution.
So, yeah,
No, I don't. No, I don't. Wait, no. Wait, I mean, like, not like that.
Go ahead, Johnny. Explain yourself.
That's right, you say.
Explain yourself.
Say that one. Yeah, but this one's different. It's this part right here that is gonna get me in trouble. All right. It's like.
I think just highlighting it is enough. Wilco, I think him just highlighting
right,
it
like
is
just.
I think we have enough ammunition at this point.
Geruber Schwemmung. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we can move forward. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Marx developed his own analysis of the election results, strikingly different from that of Engels. In the Die Presse article published on November 23rd, he acknowledges that the elections are in fact a defeat for the Washington government. However, he argues, the defeat was only relative and was caused in part by local factors. The city of New York, with a strongly seditious Irish mob, hitherto an active participant in the slave trade, the seat of the American money market, and full of owners of Southern plantation mortgages, has always been decisively quote-unquote democratic, just as Liverpool is still Tory today. And by democratic, he's essentially saying like the slave-owning class is, I believe, what he's referring to, as in not the Republicans who are Lincoln, right?
Well, I think if he's comparing the Tories, I believe it's the Tories that are about like business owners and deference to the fuck is it? The monarchy, right?
Right.
Democrats in this position, are the party of big business and whatnot. And, of that oligarchy that he was talking about earlier.
Right.
Fuck, I forgot I'm in control of the slides. Incorporating a point forward by Engels, Marx also writes that racism among white ethnics, farmers, and workers was a factor. The Irishman sees in the Negro a dangerous competitor. The efficient farmers in Indiana and Ohio hate the Negro second only to the slave owner. For them, he is the symbol of slavery and the debasement of the working class. And the Democratic press threatens them daily with an inundation of their territories by the N-word. I'm not doing it. The criticisms of the Irish-American racism in the above two quotes were particularly striking, given that Marx usually saw Irish workers and peasants in revolutionary terms, as will be discussed in Chapter 4. But I think that, No, what were you going to say? No, go ahead.
I was going to say another instance of Marx using the hard R.
Yeah, I don't think he gets it, It's problematic, but I don't think he realizes, the weight of it, you know what I mean? He's like, that's just what they call him, right?
Everything I've read, this is from everything I've read from academia, this is the term that they're using.
Right, well, I mean, yes, literally, quite literally, that is most likely, what he is going to be reading. I think maybe
newspapers, or maybe newspapers and shit.
I guess you see it enough times, you get kind of desensitized to it. You think that they all use that word. It's fine, right? But this last part, the criticism of the Irish American, racism and whatnot. I think it's one of those things where it's just it's a dialectic. There are contradictions within everything, and I think the contradiction, of the Irish American, right, is a very interesting one. You know what I mean?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that.
Those Irish Americans are racist, says the guy who uses the hard R.
Yeah. In the same breath, essentially.
Yes.
Marx's next article on the Civil War, English Neutrality, the Situation in the Southern States, appeared in Die Presse on December 4th. It concerned the diplomatic maneuvering over British attempts to supply the Confederacy with a fleet of ships. In June 1862, a new cruiser, the CSS Alabama, had set sail for America over the objections of Minister Adams and was involved in attacks on Union shipping. By December, a large number of newly built ships, some of them ironclads, were ready to sail from Liverpool for the South. It was at this point that Minister Adams sent his famous "This is War" note to Palmerston, and the latter backed down, stopping the ships from leaving at the last minute. So this is an interesting turn where you actually have Britain supplying ships and other war materials to the Confederacy.
Oh,
which again,
did you know about this, by the way? The ironclad ship that England sent over?
Well, yeah, go for it. I have a video on it, but if you have anything specific, go ahead and say it.
No, I was just gonna say that like this thing like fucked shit up for like a hot minute. Like this kind of helped them like turn the tide of the war, honestly.
This video is a funny example of like what I consider like mainstream history. Like, just play it for a second. Like when I see this guy sitting in this chair talking about this, I'm like, this is like a field of history that I'm so far away from, that I so rarely consume. It makes me a little uncomfortable.
The Confederate government tried to pursue various avenues in enlisting foreign support for their country and their cause in this war. They sent emissaries to Mexico City, to northern Mexico, to...
What?
Is it playing on Twitch?
Oh, shit. Fucking my bad. I need to get used to using PowerPoint and, another thing, so I'll play it back. Sorry.
There he is.
Also, my wife wanted to know if this was a child, and I told her, no, that's a full-grown man.
Yeah, historian.
He's a historian.
It's just a really big chair.
Yeah. He, needs to work on the optics,
Do you want anything? Did you finish?
Oh.
The Confederate government tried to pursue various avenues in enlisting foreign support for their country and their cause in this war. They sent emissaries to Mexico City, to northern Mexico, to Paris, to the Pope in Rome, but most importantly to London. Both sides knew that the most important ally they could possibly have was Great Britain. Davis and the Confederate government certainly tried hard to win British recognition and support. He was hoping that the Prime Minister, Lord Palmerston, would quickly see that recognizing the Confederacy would be in his interest and getting Southern cotton would be in his interest. I think one of the failings of Confederate diplomacy was the over-reliance on what is called King Cotton. Essentially, the Southerners felt that Southern cotton was so important to Great Britain that the British would do virtually anything to get Southern cotton.
I'm specifically laughing at Baldwin's comment, by the way, not anything going on in the video.
That was not true, at least in 1861. The big cotton manufacturers had surplus of cotton. They actually were quite pleased that the Confederates decided to stop shipment of Southern cotton because they jacked up their own prices and made quite a killing. Great Britain did not recognize the Confederacy because it didn't need Southern cotton, at least certainly not for the first year of the war. And there was a lot of feeling that the Confederates were going to win anyway and without British help. So if the British could reap the benefits of the United States being split in half without doing anything to achieve that, and thus without antagonizing the United States, then why not stay out of the war?
I mean, look, it's a shame that Pat isn't going to be here for this one, but this dude kind of looks like any minute somebody's going to come over and be like, sir, you're going to have to keep it down. The funeral service is about to begin in 5 minutes.
After the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, people in Britain were able to see the war more as slavery versus anti-slavery. And the general feeling in Europe, including Great Britain, was against slavery. So that tended to put more Europeans and more British people towards sympathy for the North and for the Union in this war.
Although the English government did not support the Confederacy, many English businessmen and private citizens did. We have examples in our collection of items brought through the blockade. The goods that were brought over from Britain and other European nations to the Confederacy consisted not only of items to be used by the Army, such as rifles, cloth for uniforms all ready.
Pat, I don't know if you heard that guy, but he just said that the English government did not support the Confederacy.
But then didn't he start saying that they supplied them with all kinds of war material?
But they didn't support the Confederacy. Yeah. Also, the other guy looks like a like child at like their grandfather's funeral or something. Like, you know, like just purely based on like the suit alone, the chair, the painting in the background, the lamp. It has funeral home vibes to me. I don't know how to explain it.
It does have funeral home vibes.
And especially with the piano like playing softly in the background, it makes it feel like even more like kind of like a funeral. If it was more organy, it would be like 100% like, are they filming this like at a funeral?
Exactly.
His pawpaw's funeral?
Made ammunition, gunpowder, lead to make mini balls, percussion caps by the millions. Some buttons that were made for the Confederate Navy, but also items that were used by the civilians, clothing, children's toys, dolls for little girls, almost anything that you can name that you would walk into a store to try to find today was brought through the blockade and either sold to civilians or sent to the Army.
What are you talking about? You've never seen the movie Wild Wild West? Baldwin's Ghost? That's where I first learned about like the English government supporting the Confederacy.
All of the Confederate ships except those ironclads that were built locally were built in England. The blockade runners were mostly built in England and Scotland. The Confederates also were able to have built surreptitiously two of the most famous commerce raiders, one the CSS Florida and the other the Alabama. And the Shenandoah, the last Confederate commerce raider, which lowered the last flag of an active Confederate command in the harbor at Liverpool on November 6, 1865, which was built in Scotland. What they had to worry about was the Foreign Enlistment Act that England had passed in 1819. And this law stated that a shipbuilder could not build and arm a ship for another belligerent nation. So this is what they did. They had the ships built and they got them out to sea where they had them armed and equipped outside of British territory, which did not violate British law.
We'll just put the guns on later.
In
I want to see
1871, the United States and Britain met at a treaty conference in Washington, D.C. This treaty conference decided, among other things, that the United States and England would go to arbitration to be held in Geneva in 1872 to decide the damages that were wrought by the Confederate commerce raiders, which sank or destroyed more than 200 American merchant ships.
Yeah.
The Geneva arbitration in June of 1872 decided that Britain would be required to pay the United States $15.5 million in September of 1873.
Thank you, Jim Gibson. I would like to contact you to play the piano at my grandfather's funeral. Beautiful playing. That's enough of that. All right.
Okay.
You or me?
Can you take this one?
Yeah. In his article, Marx quotes at length Professor Francis Newman, a Manchester liberal and Union supporter, who attacked the British establishment's attitude toward the war. Quote, Lord Palmerston and Lord Russell, as much as the Tory party, are animated by a hatred of republicanism strong enough to overbear all scruples and doubts, while Mr. Gladstone, a probable future prime minister, avows himself an admirer of the perjured men who have leagued together to perpetuate and extend slavery. Just did that. This was to be Marx's last article on the Civil War for Die Presse and the end of his regular employment as a journalist altogether.
There you go.
Marx, for his part, kept stressing the revolutionary dimensions of the war and the abolition of slavery, as he had all along. In a letter to Lyon Phillips on November 29, 1864, he seems to agree with Engels' criticisms of the Union commanders. He quotes a letter from Weidenmeyer referring to Grant's Richmond campaign as a blunder that has cost us hecatombs of hecatombs of men. However, his overall analysis runs in another direction. When you think, dear uncle, that 3.5 years ago, at the time of Lincoln's election, the problem was making no further concessions to the slaveholders, while now the abolition of slavery is the avowed and in part already realized aim, you must admit that never has such a gigantic upheaval, or Riesenumwälzung, taken place so rapidly, it will have a beneficent effect on the whole world.
So that kind of continues between Marx and Engels and how they view the northern perspective of the war and what will come of it.
Right. We're also slowly learning other languages the more we do these fucking books.
Yep. Marx's next effort with regard to the Civil War was to draft an address congratulating Lincoln upon his re-election on the part of the London-based General Council of the International. Lincoln had won a solid 55% victory against McClellan in the 1864 presidential election. This served to implement the notion, espoused in the inaugural address, that the working class needed to develop its own foreign policy. As he indicates in a letter to Engels on December 2nd, drafting this text entailed an avoidance of vulgar democratic phraseology, that is, liberalism rather than socialism.
I mean, this is why I think McClellan is a traitor the entire time. I think that, he was stalling, during every battle, he just... I don't know, there's a lot.
Go forward, there's a little video here about this.
Just pause this, subtitle that.
Today in the Daily Dose, the Union Army propels Lincoln to his second term. Beginning with his meteoric rise to command in 1861, Major General George B. McClellan, known as Little Mac for his Napoleonic dash and zeal, inspired the devotion of thousands in Union blue. By the middle of the war, however, McClellan's failed 1862 Peninsula campaign frustrated Union Army soldiers, prompting them to call for greater commitment from the home front. McClellan's dismissal as Army of the Potomac field commander in November of 1862 stunned and saddened Northern soldiers. But when Little Mac sided with the anti-war Democrats and ran for president, Union Army sentiment shifted away from McClellan in support of President Lincoln. Following more bloodletting at Chancellorsville and Gettysburg, the depleted ranks of the Army of the Potomac voted overwhelmingly against Democrats in the gubernatorial contest of 1863. Demobilized enlisted men and junior officers from the Union Army in
Wide awake? As in woke?
injected themselves into the North's major cities, forming social clubs in solidarity with like-minded veterans, toasting the prospect of victory and marching in pro-war parades to sway the hearts of fence-sitters. Joining forces with war-ravaged veterans, torchlight parades filled city streets by night, each marcher convinced they were standard-bearers of righteousness against treason. Such partisan angst meant the parades and rallies were not always peaceful, such as the Democratic Torchlight Parade of October 29, 1864, when a band of anti-war Democrats stormed a Republican club, setting off a full-scale brawl in the streets. In the end, the Union soldier vote convincingly propelled Lincoln to a second term in office, effectively cementing victory and reunification with the rebel South firmly into the annals of American history. Approximately 155,600 soldiers cast votes in the 1864 presidential election, 33,700 for McClellan, compared to 116,800 votes for Lincoln,
Not a
while the
fucking
Union
chance.
Army as a whole reported 80% voter participation. Even
Wow.
more compelling, every state but one gave Lincoln a solid majority of its combined Union Army votes. In fact, soldiers from most states gave the Union ticket at least a 20% higher turnout than their civilian counterparts at home, shining a light on the power of the Union Army, both on and off the field of battle. And there you have it. The Union Army propels
There you have
Lincoln
it.
to a
There you
second
have
term. Today in the Daily Dose.
And then like a
If you
month
like
later,
learning
that dude's
something new
face would
every
be
day.
blown out the front.
We're getting there. We are getting there.
Soon
So,
enough.
deeper information about the old election there between our old friend McClellan and the beloved Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham.
So, entitled To Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States of America, the address stated in part, and again, this is like a collective address that Marx is a part of. We congratulate the American people upon your re-election by a large majority. If resistance to the slave power was the reserved watchword of your first election, the triumphant war cry of your re-election is death to slavery. From the commencement of the titanic American strife, the working men of Europe felt instinctively that the Star-Spangled Banner carried the destiny of their class. The working classes of Europe understood at once, even before the fanatic partisanship of the upper classes for the Confederate gentry had given its dismal warning, that the slaveholders' rebellion was to sound the tocsin for a general holy crusade of property against labor, and that for the men of labor, with their hopes for the future, even their past conquests were at stake in the tremendous conflict on the other side of the Atlantic. Go forward, this is a continued quote. Everywhere, they bore therefore patiently the hardships imposed upon them by the cotton crisis, opposed enthusiastically the pro-slavery intervention, importunities of their betters, and from most parts of Europe contributed their blood to the good cause, while the working men, the true political power of the North, allowed slavery to defile their own republic, while before the Negro mastered and sold without his concurrence, they boasted it the highest prerogative of the white-skinned laborer to sell himself and choose his own master. They were unable to attain the true freedom of labor or to support their European brethren in their struggle for emancipation. But this barrier to progress has been swept off by the Red Sea of Civil War. The working men of Europe feel sure that as the American War of Independence initiated a new era of ascendancy for the middle class, so the American anti-slavery war will do for the working classes. This is the kind of stuff that you could probably quote that a lot of like Pat Socks would be like, see?
We're right.
You hear what he said?
Yes.
No, I was saying like that's what like the Pat Socks would be like. See, Marx said that the patriotic revolution was a massive whatever for the working class, for the middle class, and that's what the Civil War was for the working classes.
In many respects, the wording was similar to that from the 1863 St. James Hall meeting. But where the latter claimed to speak on behalf of British Labour, this address from the International expressed some broader concerns. First, it took up not only slavery, but also the interplay of race and class inside the United States, specifically with respect to white labor's racism. Second, it linked the Civil War, which it viewed as a second American Revolution, to what it saw as an impending upsurge of the working classes of Europe. The address was sent to Adams with signatures of Kremer and 56 others, including Marx, and also was published in the December 23rd London Daily News and in several other British newspapers. Marx translated it into German for publication on January 2nd in the Lassallean Weekly Der Sozialdemokrat and in other German newspapers, which, unlike the English version, named him as the author. He's like, well, I technically translated it, so I technically wrote it.
Yeah. I think Adams was, hold on, let me see here. John B.G. Adams, or no. I'm not 100% certain which ad. There's only so much of this book that I can. Let
me see if I can pull it up here. Fucking son of a bitch.
Okay, Lincoln's response came by way of a letter from Minister Adams to the International, dated January 28th, 1865. Okay, he was a minister. Adams writes that Lincoln was grateful for the support of his fellow citizens and by so many friends of humanity and progress throughout the world. In a specific reference to the European working class, Adams concludes, oh, thank you for the bits, Hashkush. Nations do not exist for themselves alone, but to promote the welfare and happiness of mankind by benevolent intercourse and example. It is in this relation that the United States regard their cause in their present conflict with slavery-maintaining insurgents as the cause of human nature, and they derive new encouragement to preserve from the testimony of the working men of Europe that the national attitude is favored with their enlightened approval and earnest sympathies. So that is the interaction between Marx and Lincoln, really, which is kind of like, seems that it's been very much overstated, that like Marx kind of like wrote a letter, but like in conjunction with like many other constituents, and then Lincoln, I guess, responded through the pen of Minister Adams.
No, here we go.
What?
Ambassador Charles Francis Adams, I think, is who the Adams that they're referencing. It's the ambassador to the U.S. Marx was clearly elated by the warmth of Lincoln's reply, something he may not have expected after Adams had declined to receive their delegation. And again, I think Adams, the Adams that they're referencing, is the ambassador to the U.S. Lincoln's reply was published in the Times on February 6th. In a letter to Engels on February 10th, Marx reports, Lincoln has replied to us so courteously, and to the Bourgeois Emancipation Society so rudely and purely formally. The difference between Lincoln's answer to us and to the bourgeois has created such a sensation here that the clubs in the West End are shaking their heads over it. You can understand how much good this does to our people.
Great.
So apparently Lincoln, you know, if he just got that fucking second term, you know, could have wound up with like a commie President Lincoln, and then, you know, Maupin might be onto something, but he wasn't, and he didn't, and Maupin's wrong.
And spoiler, I guess it's not a spoiler because we're at it.
Yeah,
But he died.
he
In
got
response
got.
to Lincoln's assassination on April 14th, Marx initially expressed the view that this would increase the possibility of a more radical policy toward the Southern oligarchy after the Union's victory, both because it would harden attitudes in the North and because he thought that Andrew Johnson, now the president, would be firmer than Lincoln, referring to Johnson's more plebeian background. He writes in a letter to Engels dated May 1st, 1865, "The chivalry of the South ends worthily." Lincoln's assassination was the biggest stupidity it could commit. Johnson is stern, inflexible, and as a former poor white, has a deadly hatred for the oligarchy. He will be less ceremonious with the fellows, and because of the assassination, he will find the temper of the North adequate for his intentions. So Marx thought that this assassination was going to be, encourage more revolutionary responses. And in the long series of W's that Marx seemed to put up during the Civil War and his predictions of it, this is an absolute miss here that Johnson was going to be more stern and inflexible and have a hatred for the oligarchy, because he pretty much plays right into it.
Yeah. Like, what the hell is it? It's kind of like, Pete Buttigieg and fucking Kamala Harris and all of these other people, you think because of their background, like, oh, they're gonna totally be like, like lefties or whatever the fuck, and have such like a good, assessment of things. No, dog shit, garbage people. Let me just pause that real quick, as much as I love it.
April 14th, Lincoln woke up in a great mood.
Well, that's good.
Feeling probably more cheerful than he'd felt ever in his life. He went on a carriage ride with Mary. And then they get back to the White House, and there's a group of his friends who are there, and they're just leaving. But he said, no, stay, I want to talk to you. And they kept talking, and they were telling stories, and he's reading funny things. He no longer needs to escape to go to the theater. But at 8 o'clock that night, they tell him, you have to go. It had been in the newspaper that morning that he would be at the theater that night, and now he had to keep his word to the people who might come to the theater thinking that he would be there.
Some gals and mothers would go away from a fellow when they found that out. You crave affection, you do. Now, I've no fortune, but I'm filling over with affections, which I'm ready to pour out all over you like apple sass over roast pork. Yes, I'm offering her my heart and hand just as she wants them, with nothing in them.
Yes, Ma. The nasty beast. I am aware, Mr. Trenchard, you are not used to the manners of good society, and that alone will excuse the impertinence of which you have been found guilty.
Don't know the manners of good society, eh? Well, I guess I know enough to turn you inside out, old gal.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
It is funny that, just around this time, there wasn't, some, concept of,
Just
a
think of
secret
it.
service
For
or,
Lincoln,
anything like that. They're like, oh,
this
president's here.
punishing war has come to an end. And he's able to feel a sense of the country is going to go forward. I've done my part as a leader. And he only has 5 days to appreciate that before he's killed. It drives me crazy.
Get the fuck out of here.
It just drives her crazy.
President had been.
You know what's funny is that you think that oh, this will never happen ever again, right?
Yeah.
Do you know about James A. Garfield, the 20th U.S. president?
Not enough, no.
Dude, the guy got and by a disgruntled staffer in 1881. So 20 years after this.
Oh.
Yeah. And it makes
you gotta figure something out here,
dude. What makes it even worse is that he didn't even die of the bullet wound, basically wounds. Oh no! They for 2 months or something, they had random people just rooting around inside his intestines trying to find the fragments of the bullet, not understanding anything about germs or bacteria.
Yeah.
So he just got putrid and sick, right? And it was pretty fucking horrendous.
Killed in office, and the shock of the assassination
In Long Branch, New Jersey. Yeah.
Unleashed a tremendous outpouring of grief. His coffin was carried by a new railroad car that had just been built for his use and was called the United States.
Oh.
We called it the United States.
One.
If there was a chance to see the funeral train on the way back to Springfield, everybody wanted to be there.
I want to see the dead president. Is this child gonna get struck by a train? Or are they all
City
gonna
after
watch?
city, there were crowds like Americans had never seen before.
People connected to him. They know where he came from, how hard that fight was. They saw a man who was a good man who became a great president.
Lincoln's biography is a tale of America at a time when it is not yet fully made.
Oh, holy shit.
The roughness and the self-made aspects of it, the ambition and the hunger.
He's the living proof that Americans can rise from poverty to triumph. The promise of the American dream, which is that all men should have an equal chance in the race of life.
He reminded Americans of something they were forgetting, that the Declaration of Independence is a special piece of paper.
Is it though?
It obligates us to respect the human rights of all Americans and of all people.
What about, like, indigenous
That's
people?
the journey that he takes by the time he is assassinated at Ford's Theater. He has moved to a much higher calling, understanding, and belief in terms of what the nation could and should be, despite his own prejudices and concerns when he starts.
From a contemporary lens, I think it's entirely right and fair to look at some of Lincoln's writings and say he was limited and constrained by his times in ways that are disappointing.
What was he though? Was he? When was Harper's Ferry happening? When was, like, the abolition was, what, like, just a brand new concept that no one had ever heard of? Or I feel like that doesn't really hold up.
And then I can also say, yeah, but look at what
There's
it
a
did.
motherfucker out here
That was
totally
really
confused,
important and took courage and took skill. He was not just ahead of his time in terms of vision, but helped to drag the country in a new direction.
He dared.
Newfangled concept of, you know, black people being, you know, people.
Very
to
radical.
change the rationale for the Civil War from preserving the Union to removing the greatest stain of American democracy, slavery.
Lincoln's legacy was to show us that democracies can survive severe contest within, and they shall not perish from the earth.
You know what?
Lincoln had.
You bring up an excellent point, Kensai. We really need to book, you know, Rick and Derek to come back on for another episode of The Great Father.
We did cover the Dred Scott decision. There was a portion of it on the book, and then there was also a video that we watched, probably before you jumped in. But yeah, we did cover that. It was only like a 5-minute video, but yes.
Yeah. Did he really wear that hat into the trenches? There's no way.
That he could accomplish something worthy so that he would be remembered after he died. It was that hope that had powered him through his dismal childhood, his string of political failures, and the darkest days of the war, that his story would be told. It will be told for generations to come.
All right. Back to this shit. This you or me?
Can you do this one real quick?
All right.
Yeah, I'm ordering food.
No, you're good. In a letter written on May 3rd to Marx, Engels goes even further down the road of a class-based analysis of Johnson. Johnson will insist on the confiscation of the great estates, which will make the pacification and reorganization of the South more acute. Lincoln would scarcely have insisted on it. While Marx was certainly correct in his assessment that the assassination would harden attitudes in the North, he was under illusions concerning Johnson's future direction. Such views were quite widespread at the time. However, even in the States, where radical abolitionists entertained similar hopes, as is well known, Johnson took the opposite track. conciliating the former slave owners, vetoing all efforts at radical reconstruction, and barely escaping impeachment at the hands of radical Republicans in the Senate in 1868.
So here's the, tragic conclusion, or the tragic misconception of Marx, that thought that because Lincoln got assassinated and that, Johnson was some poor white, that he was going to come in here kicking up dust and really changing shit. And Johnson pretty much just settled in and acquiesced to the slave owners. And, they're not slave owners anymore. Now they're just property owners.
Right.
But they're still the rich dictatorial force of the South. If you go forward, I think there's a video.
Well, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they were actually compensated financially for the loss of their property.
Right. Oh, sorry, there's one more thing here. So Marx soon became worried about Johnson, now characterizing him in a letter to Engels of June 24th as extremely vacillating and weak toward the South. Engels, too, had revised his position and writes Marx on July 15th that if this continues, the old secession rogues will sit in Congress within 6 months. Without colored suffrage, there is nothing doing, and Johnson leaves his decision to the vanquished, the ex-slaveholders. These criticisms came to a head in September 1865 when the London Conference of the International voted to send a third communication to America. This one addressed not to Johnson, but to the people of the United States of America.
Fuck Johnson. Let's just see if we can reach the people.
So we're coming to the end here. This is a little bit of a long video, but I think it's pretty good to really learn Reconstruction. And then I think there's only like 2 more slides after this.
Is there? There's 3. Anyways.
You feel good correcting me about that?
Yeah, no, I feel amazing.
That it's not actually 2, that it's 3.
It's 3. Wrong again, Pat.
Hi, I'm John Green. This is Crash Course U.S. History, and huzzah! The Civil War is over! The slaves are free! Huzzah!
Redlining
that one hit me in the head. It's very dangerous, Crash Course. So when you say don't aim at a person, that includes myself? The roller coaster only goes up from here, my friends. Huzzah! Mr. Green, what about the epic failure of Reconstruction? Oh, right. Stupid Reconstruction, always ruining everything.
Did his laptop have a sticker on it that says "This machine kills fascists"?
Let me see.
Yeah, wait, hang on.
So after the epic Reconstruction. Oh, right.
Yeah. It does.
Is it a MacBook?
Probably. How does this guy look exactly the same as like 15 years ago?
He knows the secrets of lotion. Moisturization.
Stupid Reconstruction, always ruining everything. So after the Civil War ended, the United States had to reintegrate both a formerly slave population and a formerly rebellious population back into the country, which is a challenge that we might have met, except Abraham Lincoln was assassinated and we were left with Andrew, I am the third worst president ever Johnson. I'm sorry, Abe, but you don't get to be in the show anymore. So Lincoln's whole post-war idea was to facilitate reunion and reconciliation, and Andrew Johnson's guiding Reconstruction principle was that the South never had a right to secede in the first place. Also, because he was himself a Southerner, he resented all the elites in the South who had snubbed him, and he was also a racist who didn't think that blacks should have any role in Reconstruction. Trifecta! So between 1865 and 1867, the so-called period of presidential Reconstruction, Johnson appointed provisional governors and ordered them to call state conventions to establish new, all-white governments. And in their 100% whiteness and oppression of former slaves, those new governments looked suspiciously like the old Confederate governments they had replaced. And what was changing for the former slaves? Well, in some ways, a lot. Like Fisk and Howard universities were established, as well as many primary and secondary schools, thanks in part to the Freedmen's Bureau, which only lasted until 1870, but had the power to divide up confiscated and abandoned Confederate land for former slaves. And this was very important because to most slaves, land ownership was the key to freedom, and many felt like they'd been promised land by the Union Army, like General Sherman's Field Order 15 promised to distribute land in 40-acre plots to former slaves. But that didn't happen, either through the Freedmen's Bureau or anywhere else. Instead, President Johnson ordered all land returned to its former owners, so the South remained largely agricultural, with the same people owning the same land, and in the end, we ended up with sharecropping. Let's go to the thought bubble. The system of sharecropping replaced slavery in many places throughout the South. Landowners would provide housing to the sharecroppers. No, thought bubble, not quite that nice. There you go. Also tools and seed, and then the sharecroppers received, get this, a share of their crop, usually between a third and a half, with the price for that harvest often set by the landowner. Freed blacks got to control their work, and plantation owners got a steady workforce that couldn't easily leave because they had little opportunity to save money and make the big capital investments in like land or tools. By the late 1860s, poor white farmers were sharecropping as well. In fact, by the Great Depression, most sharecroppers were white. And while sharecropping certainly wasn't slavery, it did result in a quasi-serfdom that tied workers to land they didn't own, more or less the opposite of Jefferson's ideal of the small, independent farmer. So the Republicans in Congress weren't happy that this reconstructed South looked so much like the pre-Civil War South, so they took the lead in Reconstruction after 1867. Radical Republicans felt the war had been fought for equal rights and wanted to see the powers of the national government expanded. Few were as radical as Thaddeus Tommy Lee Jones Stevens, who wanted to take away land from the Southern planters and give it to the former slaves, but rank-and-file Republicans were radical enough to pass the Civil Rights Bill, which defined persons born in the United States as citizens and established nationwide equality before the law regardless of race. Andrew Johnson immediately vetoed the law, claiming that trying to protect the rights of African Americans amounted to discrimination against white people, which so infuriated Republicans that Congress did something it had never done before in all of American history. They overrode the presidential veto with a 2/3 majority, and the Civil Rights Act became law. So then Congress really had its dander up and decided to amend the Constitution with the 14th Amendment, which defines citizenship, guarantees equal protection, and extends the rights in the Bill of Rights to all the states, sort of. The amendment had almost no Democratic support, but it also didn't need any because there were almost no Democrats in Congress on account of how Congress had refused to seat the representatives from the new all-white governments that Johnson supported. And that's how we got the 14th Amendment, arguably the most important in the whole Constitution. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Oh, straight to the mystery document today? All right. The rules here are simple. I guess the author of the mystery document and try not to get shocked. All right, let's see what we got today. Section 1. Be it ordained by the police jury of the parish of St. Landry that no Negro shall be allowed to pass within limits of said parish without special permit in writing from his employer. Section 4. Every Negro is required to be in the regular service of some white person or former owner who shall be held responsible for the conduct of said Negro. Section 6. No Negro shall be permitted to preach, exhort, or otherwise declaim to congregations of colored people without a special permission in writing from the president of the police jury. Gee, Stan, I wonder if the president of the police jury was white. I actually know this one. It is a black code, which was basically legal codes where they just replaced the word slave with the word Negro. And this code shows just how unwilling white governments were to ensure the rights of new free citizens. I would celebrate not getting shocked, but now I am depressed. So, okay, in 1867, again over Johnson's veto, Congress passed the Reconstruction Act, which divided the South into 5 military districts and required each state to create a new government, one that included participation of black men. Those new governments had to ratify the 14th Amendment if they wanted to get back into the Union. Radical Reconstruction had begun. So in 1868, Andrew Johnson was about as electable in the U.S. as Jefferson Davis, and sure enough, he didn't win. Instead, the 1868 election was won by Republican and former Union General Ulysses S. Grant. But Grant's margin of victory was small enough that Republicans were like, man, we would sure win more elections if black people could vote, which is something you hear Republicans say all the time these days. So congressional Republicans pushed through the 15th Amendment, which prohibited states from denying men the right to vote based on race, but not based on gender or literacy or whether your grandfather could vote. So states ended up with a lot of leeway when it came to denying the franchise to African Americans, which of course they did. So here we have the federal government dictating who can vote and who is and isn't a citizen of a state, and establishing equality under the law, even local laws. And this is a really big deal in American history because the national government became, rather than a threat to individual liberty, the custodian of freedom, as radical Republican Charles Sumner put it. So, but with this legal protection, former slaves began to exercise their rights. They participated in the political process by direct action, such as staging sit-ins to integrate streetcars, by voting in elections, and by holding office. Most African Americans were Republicans at the time, and because they could vote and were a large part of the population, the Republican Party came to dominate politics in the South, just like today, except totally different. Now, Southern mythology about the age of radical Reconstruction is exemplified by Gone with the Wind, which of course tells the story of Northern Republican dominance and corruption by Southern Republicans. Fortune-seeking Northern carpetbaggers seen here, as well as Southern turncoat scalawags, dominated politics, and all of the African American elected leaders were either corrupt or puppets or both. Yeah, well, like the rest have gone with the wind. That's a bit of an oversimplification. There were about 2,000 African Americans who held office during Reconstruction, and the vast majority of them were not corrupt. Consider, for example, the not corrupt and amazingly named Pinckney B.S. Pinchback, who from 1872 to 1873 served very briefly in Louisiana as America's first black governor, and went on to be a senator and a member of the House of Representatives. By the way, America's second African American governor, Douglas Wilder of Virginia, was elected in 1989. Having African American office holders was a huge step forward in terms of ensuring the rights of African Americans, because it meant that there would be black juries and less discrimination in state and local governments when it came to providing basic services. But in the end, Republican governments failed in the South. There were important achievements, especially a school system that, while segregated, did attempt to educate both black and white children. And even more importantly, they created a functioning government where both white and African American citizens could participate. According to one white South Carolina lawyer, we have gone through one of the most remarkable changes in our relations to each other that has been known perhaps in the history of the world. That's a little hyperbolic, but we are America after all. It's true that corruption was widespread, but it was in the North too. I mean, we're talking about governments. And that's not why Reconstruction really ended. It ended because, one, things like schools and road repair cost money, which meant taxes, which made Republican governments very unpopular because Americans hate taxes. And two, white Southerners could not accept African Americans exercising basic civil rights, holding office, or voting. And for many, the best way to return things to the way they were before Reconstruction was through violence. Especially after 1867, much of the violence directed toward African Americans in the South was politically motivated. The Ku Klux Klan was founded in 1866, and it quickly became a terrorist organization targeting Republicans, both black and white, beating and murdering men and women in order to intimidate them and keep them from voting. The worst act of violence was probably the massacre at Colfax, Louisiana, where hundreds of former slaves were murdered. And between intimidation and emerging discriminatory voting laws, fewer black men voted, which allowed white Democrats to take control of state governments in the South and returned white Democratic congressional delegations to Washington. These white Southern politicians called themselves redeemers because they claimed to have redeemed the South from Northern Republican corruption and black rule. Now, it's likely that the South would have fallen back into Democratic hands eventually, but the process was aided by Northern Republicans losing interest in Reconstruction. In 1873, the U.S. fell into yet another not quite great economic depression, and Northerners lost the stomach to fight for the rights of black people in the South, which, in addition to being hard, was expensive. So by 1876, the supporters of Reconstruction were in full retreat and the Democrats were resurgent, especially in the South. And this set up one of the most contentious elections in American history. The Democrats nominated New York Governor and NYU Law School graduate Samuel Tilden. The Republicans chose Ohio Governor and Kenyon College alumnus Rutherford B. Hayes. One man who'd gone to crash course writer Raoul Meyer's law school and another who'd gone to my college, Kenyon. Now, if this election had been based on facial hair, as elections should be, there would have been no controversy. But sadly, we have an electoral college here in the United States, and in 1876 there were disputed electoral votes in South Carolina, Louisiana, and of course Florida. Now, you might remember that in these situations there is a constitutional provision that says Congress should decide the winner, but Congress shockingly proved unable to accomplish something. So they appointed a 15-man electoral commission, a super committee if you will, and there were 8 Republicans on that committee and 7 Democrats, so you will never guess who won. Kenyon College's own Rutherford B. Hayes. Go lords and ladies! And yes, that is our mascot. Shut up. Anyway, in order to get the presidency and win the support of the super committee, Hayes's people agreed to cede control of the South to the Democrats and to stop meddling in Southern affairs, and also to build a transcontinental railroad through Texas. This is called the Bargain of 1877 because historians are so good at naming things, and it basically killed Reconstruction. Without any more federal troops in southern states and with control of southern legislatures firmly in the hands of white Democrats, the states were free to go back to restricting the freedom of black people, which they did. Legislatures passed Jim Crow laws that limited African Americans' access to public accommodations and legal protections. States passed laws that took away black people's right to vote, and social and economic mobility among African Americans in the South declined precipitously. However, for a brief moment, the United States was more democratic than it had ever been before, and an entire segment of the population that had no impact on politics before was now allowed to participate. And for the freedmen who lived through it, that was a monumental change, and it would echo down to the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s, sometimes called the Second Reconstruction. But we're going to end this episode on a downer, as we are wont to do here at Crash Course U.S. History, because I want to point out a lesser-known legacy of Reconstruction. The Reconstruction Amendments and laws that were passed granted granted former slaves political freedom and rights, especially the vote, and that was critical. But to give them what they really wanted and needed, plots of land that would make them economically independent, would have required confiscation, and that violation of property rights was too much for all but the most radical Republicans. And that question of what it really means to be free in a system of free market capitalism has proven very complicated indeed. I'll see you next week. Crash Course is produced and directed by Stan Muller.
It's almost as if the protection of private property is not a great thing.
Right.
Huh.
Oh, did he say it yet?
What?
Did he say the part about free market capitalism?
Yeah, right at the very end there.
Yeah.
Yeah. FYI, there's
Well,
a
there
lot
you
of
have it.
argument among historians about when Reconstruction actually ended, with many historians suggesting it ended almost a decade later. What, in the 1880s? Do. Is this you or me?
Can you just get this, please? We're having a crisis over here.
Yeah, no worries, man. The letter concludes on a different note, with a diplomatic but nonetheless firm warning about the dangers ahead. Were a policy of radical reconstruction, including full citizenship rights for blacks, not to be put into effect immediately. This is the letter that they send to the American people, and not Johnson specifically. Since we have had the honor of expressing sympathy with your sufferings, a word of encouragement for your efforts, and of congratulation for the results, permit us also to add a word of counsel for the future. As injustice to a section of your people has produced such direful results, let that cease. Let your citizens of today be declared free and equal without reserve. If you fail to give them citizens' rights while you demand citizens' duties, there will yet remain a struggle for the future which may again stain your country with your people's blood. The eyes of Europe and the world are fixed upon your efforts at reconstruction, and enemies are ever ready to sound the knell of the downfall of Republican institutions when the slightest chance is given. We warn you then, as brothers in common cause, to remove every shackle from freedom's limb, and your victory will be complete.
Very nice.
Do you want me to keep going?
I got it. Unfortunately, this text has not received the prominence it deserves as a major statement by Marx's First International on slavery and racism in America. Its sharp warning that a failure to deal decisively with the legacy of slavery could stain your country with your people's blood was cited prominently in Black Reconstruction by Du Bois, who termed it a bold declaration over the signature of Marx. Du Bois cited this version published by Schluter, who gave a different rendering of the text, which he had probably retranslated from English from a German version. The language in Schluter's version is even more forceful than the English one, referring to the danger of a new struggle which will once more drench your country in blood.
In blood.
Very metal.
From this point on, there is little by Marx on the Civil War and Reconstruction, except for comments in letters and some passages in Capital, to be discussed in Chapter 5. 2 years later, on August 27, 1867, he writes on behalf of the International that Johnson was a dirty tool in the hands of the former slaveholders. The year before, on November 12, 1866, in a letter to Francois Laforgue, the father of Paul Laforgue, the future husband of his daughter Laura, Marx rejoices over Johnson's battering at the hands of radical Republicans in the 1866 congressional elections. Quote, "You will have been as pleased as I was at President Johnson's defeat in the last elections. The workers of the North have finally understood very well that labor in the white skin cannot emancipate itself, where in the black skin it is branded."
Well, that's a good way to end it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, if you had questions of like what Marx's view on kind of like the racial issues of the time, I don't think there's a better way to put it. That white labor, which is probably, well, not white labor, but labor in general, is the primary concern of Marx. who is accused of being racist, says that white labor cannot be free while it has black labor in bondage. Or branded, I think is what he said.
Something like that. Yeah, Frankster, there is a ton of quotes I have never heard of by Marx in this book that are just amazing.
Yeah.
So, let me just end this here for the YouTube peeps. Check us out every Wednesday, every Friday, every Sunday, 6 p.m. EST. Al Salam, stay strong out there.